Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. We had a few minutes of technical hitch. Good morning again. Thank you to all the distinguished colleagues, friends, honored guests, Professor Nandi, to join us on this occasion of the first editorial workshop on publishing ethics. It fills me with immense pride and joy to welcome you to this landmark occasion. Today we are joined by more than 2,000 registrants. Over 350 have registered for in physical attendance, and more than 1,500 have joined us online from more than 70 countries. This remarkable response speaks to the deep commitment within our community to strengthen the foundations of academic publishing in India. This gathering is more than a workshop, it's a movement, a collective effort to uphold the integrity, transparency, and innovation in research and publishing. We are here not only to discuss the problems, but also to share solutions, to ask difficult questions, and to chart a roadmap that will ensure Indian scholarship stands confidently on the global stage. Our speakers, moderators, and panelists have generously given their time and expertise to guide us today. I encourage each and every one of you to raise questions, challenge assumptions, because it is through dialogue, debate, and collaboration that true progress can be made. On behalf of the organizing team, I want to extend a very big warm welcome and thank you to the scientific scholar, specifically to Pradesh and Kripa Seth, for their hard work and sponsorship. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Together, let us take one more step toward making academic publishing in India not only stronger, but a global benchmark for excellence. Thank you, and let's begin this journey together. On this occasion, before we begin, we are going to have small Saraswati Vandana and then lighting of the lamp. May I invite the Saraswati Vandana singers. These are two young ladies from the Delhi Music School who are studying the Hindustani music. So it's about 3.5 minutes of Vandana which they are going to sing. Stand there, just behind this lamp, central. Go ahead and start.
So thank you, sir, for inviting us here. So we सुरों से तुम्हें सजाऊं, सात सुरों से तुम्हें सजाऊं, वर दे दे वरदानी माँ, से सुरदानी माँ, दे दे सुरदानी माँ। पूजा करन की मैं रीत न जानूं, पूजा करन की मैं रीत न जानूं, गाती मैं संगीत न जानूं, गाती मैं संगीत न जानूं, गाती मैं संगीत न जानूं.
Mode so that it does not disturb other participants. A request to the speakers, please follow your timing format, and I would request moderators to kindly keep an eye on it. The timing for the speakers is 40 minutes. However, at 30 minutes we'll give you the first buzz, and 35 minutes we'll give you the red light, so that you please stop at 35 minutes and leave 5 minutes for question answer. As I mentioned, there are 70 countries participating in this meeting. It's a large number. We need to keep that at the back of the mind, and we will be monitoring the questions on the stream, the questions being asked by the audience. The toilet is right outside the door to the right as you go out. That's the most important thing. There are 2 tea breaks, one before lunch, one after lunch. Lunch is around at 1 p.m. And please, this is not a one-way traffic. Please ask questions. And first of all, I am going to extend my apologies, because I am going to build the case why this ethical publishing meeting concept came into my mind, and I proposed to scientific scholar, and we wanted to do it. There are multiple reasons. Most of the reasons are not very palatable, are not very complimenting. So please forgive me. I'm not here to bash anyone or to criticize anyone. We are all adults. We are here to actually discuss the truth and find the solution. How can we make it better? Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for coming and participating. So this one-day workshop, as we mentioned, has been put together with experienced editors, scholars, publication professionals to address the evolving landscape in this country, in especially medical publishing. We have 7 structured sessions, including live editorial panel, which will allow you to ask any question you feel. We aim to reflect on challenges, share actionable solutions. Not only you ask questions, please suggest solutions if you have. We value your input, and collaboratively raise the standard of publishing practice across Indian medical journals. So let's look at what has happened in India in the last 77 years. Life expectancy has gone up by 37, from 37 years to 72 years. Infant mortality has decreased from 160 to 20. Maternal mortality has decreased by more than 75%. Diagnostics have gone up by 1.5 trillion INR, projected to be double in 2030. Radiology, CT, MR is available nationwide. Cardiac surgery, 300,000 in the country. Universal coverage, Ayushman Bharat, 32,000 empaneled hospitals. But the main question is, if India's health can leapfrog so much, why not medical publishing? What happened to it? How did it lag behind so much? That's the question we are asking. Now it comes the bad part of it. So please do not curse me or think bad of me. This is the truth. Academic research indicates 27% of predatory journals published in the worldwide are based in India. That is no accolades. 35% of authors in predatory journals hail from Indian institutions. Dr. Soumya Panda, who was the previous IJDVL editor-in-chief. He is in the hotel, I am not sure if he is here. I wrote a very beautiful article, and you can, this article is very widely referenced in the literature. There are 326 open access journals published in India as of April 2022. India has many well-established journals, but the bottom line is nobody knows how many journals are published in India today. And I will tell you why in next few slides. Nobody has any idea. We have just no idea how many are being published, how many are predatory, how many are not predatory, no idea at all. Now, what are the issues which are, say, I am trying to build the whole thing of the day, what is going to happen, what our speakers and panelists are going to address, what you are going to gain out of it, I am trying to build that. Predatory and low quality journals. India is a global hotspot for our predatory journals. Hyderabad, with no disrespect to anyone, is the capital. Many journals lack peer review or operate only for profit. This undermines the credibility of genuine Indian research. Publisher parish culture. Mandatory publication requirements for promotion by National Medical Council, UCG, and various other institutions drive quantity over quality. Leads to rushed, poorly designed studies, sometimes unethical, like duplicate or salami publication. Salami publication is when you have a data, just take a set of it and keep publishing one after another. That is called salami, like a salami, the meat which you eat, slice it. Weak research and writing training, limited exposure to research methodology, statistics, and scientific writing. Faculty and students often unaware of international bodies like ICMGE, COPE, Concert, Prisma, and many others. Plagiarism often stems from poor training rather than deliberate misconduct. Plagiarism and research misconduct, common issues: plagiarism, image data manipulation, gift authorship, and fake peer review. Institutional ethics committee lack consistency and enforcement, poor journal standards, inconsistent peer review quality, lack of editorial training, and long decision times. Many society-owned journals are run by rotating volunteers without professional publishing support. Few Indian journals achieve PubMed Scopus Web of Science indexing. Lack of funding and infrastructure. Research is often underfunded and unsupported. Access to global journals and database is limited. Labs often lack resources for robust reproductive science. Language and communication barriers. Most research output is in English. Many authors struggle with English. Over 77 years, a new English has evolved. That's called Indo-English. Unfortunately, the white world, which dominates in publishing, do not recognize that language. And the mere submission with a poor language is a cause of rejection. They don't even look at the science. Your science may be good. If language is not good, so that brings a different topic that India needs to have its own indexing. Where science is good, language we understand. Good science often gets rejected, poor writing, recognition and global viability. Indian research is undercited. You can go and read any article. I wrote an article, peer invited review in Journal of Radiology in 2000. There was one cited reference from Ames. The reviewer wrote back to me asking me, is reference 99 required? Indirectly telling me, remove it. English is a very funny language. Even good work published in Indian journals remains invisible due to low indexing and impact factors. Collaboration with international publication is limited. APC and open access is a challenge. People can't afford it. In India, journals are charging $700, $500. If you want to publish in an American journal, it's $2,000, $4,000. Which Indian can afford to pay $4,000? No one. Even head of the department cannot pay, because we are underfunded. Confusion between the genuine open access and predatory open access. Then policies, UCG list has loopholes. It's not updated. They have removed many. I'm going to tell you what they did. This is a very important slide. In the last 2 or 3 slides, please pay attention. Not all indexing is equal. The indexing you need to look for is PubMed, Medline, Scopus, Web of Science, and Embase. These are considered true indexing services. DOJ, INMED, LILACs, LILACs is for the Latin American countries, are supportive but variable in standard. What does that mean? Variable in standard is a key word. They have no standard. Today this way, tomorrow that way. They are not consistent. Index Copernicus, Globus impact factor, Cosmos impact factor, they are all pseudo indexes. You should not even worry about them. Proof lies in the pudding. There is just a few examples of DOJ where predatory journals from Omnix are indexed. So when you preach that I am the holiest of the holy, then thou should show the proof that you are the holiest. By saying word of mouth or mukhe mukhe is not enough. So I thought I'll just put some proofs to show that DOJ, which will claim to be the most honorable indexing agency, is not an honorable indexing agency because they are indexing predatory journals. There was an investigation done by the Indian Express in 2018. Please Google it, Indian Express 2018, Indian Publishing is a beautiful investigative article published. This company was fined $77 million by the Federal Trade Commission of United States of America. Predatory publishers in India, 303. Journals claimed by Omnix published, 795. And the journals removed by the University Grant Commission for misbehaviors is 4,000 plus. So nobody knows how many thousands, how many people have heard the name Rai Bareli? Raise your hand. The only thing I knew, Jhumka Girare from Rai Bareli. Bareli. And currently, there are more than 10 predatory publishers in Bareilly. So Jhumka has gone away, predatory publishers have arrived. In conclusion, I have put forth various problems in academic publishing in India. The goal is to explore how we can make academic publishing in India a true global leader. This is a dialogue. Please ask questions, share thoughts, and engage with our speakers and panelists. Heartfelt thank to you, to speakers, to the moderators, panelists, and all the event management company, the hotel staff, the Lalit, the videographer, photographer, and everyone who is working to make this a success. In the end, I'm going to leave you with these two as a hobby or as a pastime. Me and my wife Nalini Dogra, we are art collectors, and these are from our art collection. The number one is from the Shri Nathadwara art style, and that's about 200-year-old artwork. And the left was more interesting. That is what is called personification of medicine. So here Lord Hanuman is being depicted as Dhanvantri with Sanjeevani Booty in his hand. Just to think about, if you are more interested, I'll be happy to introduce you to Dogra Art Foundation and the artwork we do. With this, we are going to move on to our actual session of the day. And I am going to invite Dr. Ashish. Dr. Ashish, it's all yours, please come. And the moderators, Dr. K.K. Deepak and Dr. Usha Saha.
Hurt me when I heard our chief person. We are not here to be demeaned. India is an upcoming country. We are learning. And everybody in India and everything in India is not dishonesty. So I feel sad when everybody thinks that they will come and teach us everything. We can teach a lot of things. And I will try to bring out one article. I am a president of the Neonatal Anesthesia Society and have been conducting conferences in that. Last was just 1 week ago at AIIMS Nagpur, the 4th annual conference. And there also we were discussing publishing and encouraged by Dr. Nandi's article, which I read. There is one article which says European guidelines for airway in neonates and infants. Me being very critical, just like Sir, Dr. Nandi, with whom I worked 45 years ago. Sir, आपके साथ बहुत काम करा है. So I go into the, dissection of that. And I went into the cross references. It is misleading us in India. And everybody is quoting European guidelines 2024, European guidelines 2024 in neonates. No article has more than 1 or 2 neonates in their study, and they say neonatal guidelines. So I was advising my delegates, do not quote or accept Western literature with your blind or closed eyes. There is a lot of nonsense in Western literature also.
I think
Indian, yes, must be. Yes, we are learning. Yes, there are people and they want to rise up faster because we want to equate with West. Why should we equate with West? We are better than them. So let's maintain that. I can say a lot, but I think this is not my forum. This was just what I felt very bad about, so I thought let me bring it up.
so. Thank you for sharing. Since there's a paucity of time, I would directly invite the speaker for today. Yeah, I have it. So the speaker for today is Dr. Ashish S. Nichani, and he is a professor, Department of Periodontology, the Oxford Dental College, Bengaluru. So, sir, I invite you for giving a talk, and a brief introduction. In order to save time, I will go through this briefly. He is former editor of the Journal of Indian Society of Periodontology, national and international Q1 journals, section editors, and chapter contributors for various textbooks. He's received several awards and achievements, and I will go directly to request him to go through. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And over 50% were unable to even reproduce their own results. Now, reproducibility is a word which is a big worry for editors, because every single journal is worried about retraction. The consort statement, which was issued in 1996, is among the first attempts to formulate suitable guidelines to report such studies, and this consort statement has been revised twice over since then. There are some others: Trend, Squire, Correc, Starred, and Grass. As of today, there are around 200 such guidelines which have been issued for various study designs and or research specialties on health research. Now, peer review has evolved over 350 years. It's transformed the scientific enterprise, but is always under intense scrutiny, criticism, and pressure. The comments that you receive from the reviewers, or the critique as we call it, it remains the property of the journal. And these comments are beneficial to authors only if the manuscript gets eventually published in that journal. Now, most of the Q1 journals have a high rejection rate, approximately 90%. So the time and effort which is spent by the diligent reviewers is therefore currently not productively utilized. So how do we change that in this landscape? Can we outsource the peer review process? Now, Rubric is a company which is based in North Carolina, USA, which has a service that aims to provide quick and efficient independent assessments for manuscripts. Similarly, Peerage is a Finnish company which offers a similar service except that it is a publisher pays model. Skior at the Queen's University, Canada is a not-for-profit service run by researchers for researchers. It is an online registry service that aims to improve the traditional peer review system, which is transparent, accountable, and open by willing scientists. We heard it earlier, we are all running about or behind citations. Metrics like the impact factor, H index, the journal quartile, they evaluate research quality and influence. The JCI, or the Journal Citation Index, quantifies the relative citation impact of a particular paper by comparing its citations to a global baseline. Now, SNP evaluates the impact of individual citations, assigning greater significance in fields with lower citation frequencies to standardize comparisons across disciplines. The SJR calculates the average weighted citations of publications next in Scopus, accounting for citation rates of the journals themselves. But what happens when these metrics misfire? If you go back a decade, a couple of years back, a well-argued, meticulously researched article in a peer-reviewed journal could define a career. But today, we are witnessing the manifestation of Goddard's law, which states that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. So, are we stuck in a prisoner's dilemma? Many researchers today operate in a cycle of churning out more papers, even though focusing on quality would yield greater benefits for the academic community. This creates a prisoner's dilemma in academia. Now, let's take two researchers. There is A and there is B. If A sticks to high quality while B defects by going after the lower ones, then B will gain a shorter term advantage with quicker promotions. The same happens in reverse if A defects and B plays fair for high quality. In short, if both choose low quality over high quality ones, they flood the system with fast turnaround research works that may earn quick metrics and promotions, but are likely to compromise scholarly integrity. Now, this table that you see, it indicates that if both researchers focus on a high quality, they receive a score of 3.3, which we refer to as the Pareto dominant strategy. But producing few high quality papers today does not guarantee recognition. It simply means invisibility in a system which rewards volume. Oh, I have 500 papers to my credit. Correct, right? We all like to put that in a CV. If I say I have 50 papers in Q1 journals versus 500 papers in my CV, what would grant me more promotion? Or increments, appraisals, performance appraisals. Therefore, what do many researchers do? They default to the dominant individual strategy of maximizing output by publishing more even at the cost of quality. Though this violates the very norms that research is supposed to uphold. This leads to a suboptimal Nash equilibrium, which we depict here in this table as 2:2. So what's the outcome? A system full of low quality research papers that few cite and almost none remember. Now, we all are used to this word open access, right? This convenient subscription access model has served as the cornerstone of medical publishing for centuries. However, a significant shift occurred within the scientific publishing community towards an open access model where APCs or article processing charges are either paid or it's made free of charge. Open access was made to solve many ills of the current system, but it has brought in a new epidemic: fake journals with counterfeit websites. Now, this push for volume has given rise to a parallel economy of sorts, full of predatory publications built on misleading information, profit, and editorial malpractices. This is witnessed by the fact that such predatory publications are growing exponentially. But unfortunately, researchers from low-income countries, especially from South Asia, are still falling victim to it. For instance, Iran requires students to publish to graduate. Turkey offers monetary rewards for publications. So, what changed after open access? We came with the hybrid model. A model where authors have the option to pay an APC to make their article openly accessible within a subscription access journal, effectively enabling hybrid journals to publish both subscription access and open access articles. Then we had gold open access, which required authors to pay an APC, granting unrestricted online access to the journal's entire content. Then we had diamond open access, which encompasses journals freely accessible on the journal's website, akin to the gold access journals. Here, the authors were not mandated to pay for the article publication. The journals do not derive revenue from the model, but the operational expenses of diamond open access are typically covered by institutional affiliations. So, who tracks this? Internationally, the predatory reports database from Cables currently lists more than 19,000 predatory journals, underscoring the alarming proliferation of slow publishing outlets. There is also Jeffrey Beal, a librarian from the University of Colorado, who has been tracking such potential, possible, or predatory scholarly open access publishers since 2008. And he has come out with a checklist for conducting a due diligence to actually identify genuine publishers. We refer to as Beal's list. How is our publishing changing? Now, web publishing through pre-print servers. What are these? So, pre-print servers typically make research results available to the scientific community before publication. Such deposition of unpublished work ensures wide dissemination to a large group of users, especially for the younger researchers to showcase their work, ensuring clear path for claiming priority of work. Scientists have already started depositing research data in repositories such as GenBank, Dryad, Figshare, ARXiv, etc. PeerJ is an open access journal which offers a preprint server for biological sciences. And I'm sure all of you have heard about F1000 Research, which offers a hybrid model that permits posting of manuscripts for public access at the time of submission, besides regular publication. Now, once a paper is recommended by at least 2 reviewers, F1000 Research then indexes that particular paper. The share early, share often approach is also now in vogue. Push permits researchers to share their work through progressive uploading of new versions of their work with an open online interaction with reviewers and other users facilitated by the publisher. So in this process, I want to ask you today, are journal editors getting marginalized? We have a stage wherein we have actors who are playing their part. This complex an interdependent system of scholarly publishing depends on authors, reviewers, editors, and publishers. But it is increasingly under strain. And why so? Because the costs of publishing are increasing. The author pay models, the research funders, and the librarians are playing a more active role, adding to the complexity. So, will the scientific paper and the journal in its present form still remain relevant? Let me take you back to PubMed. Now, we all know information about academic publications in these fields is collected by a PubMed database, which is maintained by the United States National Library of Medicine. As of today, it contains over 36 million scientific papers across the last 50 years. In each year, over 1 million articles are published in biomedicine and life sciences alone. Now, this is what a global two-dimensional atlas of the biomedical and life science literature that is based on 21 million English language articles contained in the PubMed database looks like. This is the 2D embedding of the PubMed dataset. And you can see here, across the board, all the medical specialties are visible to you. Now, with this slide, I introduce you to, before I introduce you to the elephant in the room, I spoke about a survey by Nature when I started my talk. Now, fast forward a decade. This was another survey by Nature. It had 1,600 researchers, and a majority of them identified a worsening reproducibility crisis, citing pressure to publish as the prime cause behind it. Now, what are we in the previous slide and this slide? If I go back, do I have a pointer? Yeah. AI. I go in the front. AI. I introduce to you the perils of artificial intelligence. How should editors and institutions deal with AI in scientific publishing to protect integrity and transparency? Transparency should match the scope of AI involvement. If AI is used beyond grammar, it deserves open disclosure. Most AI detection tools operate like black boxes with high false positive rates, deep linguistic and cultural biases, no appeals process, no ability to distinguish between assisted versus authored content. When research is reduced to AI summaries and readers no longer click through to the original sources, we risk a future in which we publish not for humans but for machines. I'll tell you, when I was preparing for this talk of mine, my daughter says, "Dad, why don't you ask Copilot to prepare your slides for you?" So I said, "Beta, your dad thinks differently. Maybe Copilot won't be able to catch up with my thought process." So this is what today's generation is exposed to. The vast majority of authors, I'm sure you will agree, they would object to the use of their work for large language model training without consent and expect attribution when their work informs AI outputs. The current systems which we have in AI model the state of knowledge based on the most available content, not the most accurate content, mind you. If AI can now produce papers that even reviewers don't recognize, And if detection tools are so unreliable, isn't it time for journals to focus more on clear disclosure and better systems for tracking sources to protect the trust in science? So what is the path forward? Is it all dark, dreary? No. Academic publishing is a mirror of how we value knowledge, and right now that mirror is cracked somewhere. The dilemma behind publication is not just affecting research quality, it is also contributing to a surge in article retractions from journal databases. When we empower researchers for quality publishing, this is how we go forward. We should offer courses in scientific writing, ethics, and evidence-based publishing. In addition, we should prioritize our young researchers to publish in established peer-reviewed journals over predatory outlets. Now, how do we do it? It can't be only on an individual basis, right? The institutions also need to get involved. The institutional reforms can start with DORA, the Declaration on Research Assessment, signed by over 3,400 organizations from 166 countries globally, which advocates for fair, transparent, and value-driven research assessment. It pushes for reforms in hiring, promotion, and funding by encouraging responsible use of metrics and addressing structural inequalities in academia. There is also the Leiden Manifesto, which outlines 10 key principles to guide the responsible use of research metrics. It emphasizes that quantitative indicators should support and not replace expert peer judgment, and that metrics must remain transparent, context sensitive, and open to scrutiny. Crucially, it also advocates for valuing diverse research outputs, including relevant works from underrepresented regions. A very important part, because countries like us, we face a bias when we go to publish. That's there. So-called the white language journals, as described earlier. The Slow Science Academy Manifesto encourages scholars to prioritize long-term quality research. Now, while individual researchers can embrace slow science principles, persistent change requires universities to revise their promotion criteria, funding agencies to alter their evaluation metrics, and national research bodies to adopt comprehensive assessment frameworks. CERES, the France High Council for Evaluation of Research and Higher Education, employs a peer review based qualitative assessment that avoids relying on bibliometric indicators alone. It prioritizes the scope of results over the publication count. Similarly, the Swiss National Science Foundation, or SNSF, has implemented DORA compliant practices by replacing traditional publication focused CVs with narrative formats to promote opportunities for quality publication, which now allows researchers to present achievements through short narratives rather than extensive publication lists. We need to start valuing research integrity, mentorship, and reproducibility, not just output quantity. Institutions should support collective platforms for transparent peer review, promote collaborations over competition, and adopt safeguards like removal of rankings that discourage citation manipulation. Without such reforms, academia may collapse under the weight of mediocrity, which masquerades as productivity. I started with two words. Does anyone recollect? I said science and. A body at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in motion tends to stay in motion. Now, Newton was not thinking of medicine when he formulated his first law of motion. But still, it still applies to our evolution. We have not remained, or we have not advanced by remaining static. And science is your best advocate for the future. With these few words, I thank you for your patience. And I am a periodontist at heart. So since I always like to end my presentation with this. If anything, please go back and tell your patients to have zero tolerance for bleeding gums. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashish, for the wonderful talk, and we have learned a lot from this talk, and you clearly identified certain issues with respect to the Western world and India. I'm so happy to listen to that. Now this is the forum is open for the questions, so we can take up, and thank you for saving time. So thank you. We can have questions from the audience, please. Yeah. Dr. Doga.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Dr. Venkat from Bhubaneswar. Congratulations for a beautiful presentation. Sir, I have two questions. Question number one is absolutely personal. Since your doctor suggested to go for the co-pilot, did you?
Sorry?
Did you?
No, I told her no.
Okay. I mean, it's open for discussion. My suggestion would have been, like, I'm not suggesting you, like, you have come up with a beautiful presentation. Nevertheless, after the presentation, we should go to the co-pilot and score ourselves or score the co-pilot.
Okay.
What do you say?
Maybe I would definitely try that next time and see who performs better.
True.
Yeah.
True. That's the first part. And the second question is a little sensitive question. The concerns what you have highlighted about publish or perish culture, I mean, whatever the thing, this has been put up by a few bunch of people who are supposedly talented enough, academically sound, but nevertheless, unless we give a solution to that, like you have come up with several solutions, but today's platform, what would you suggest that, like for example, I'm at the UGC, I'm giving example, I'm not. So I have to create a benchmark which will assess the publishers.
So I'll answer this with two points, sir. I'll come back. Assume you're from the UGC, though you're not. I come from academia. I'm a professor I'm governed by the laws of the Dental Council of India, or now the National Dental Commission. As we climb higher in the ladder, we are supposed to have a certain number of points over and above the base to get promotions, and we get evaluated every 3 years by the NDC. The grading criteria or the evaluation criteria is so vague. As Dr. Dogra earlier pointed out, there was a UGC care list earlier, which now completely, I mean, you can't find details if you want to also. Similarly, when I was the editor of my journal, the Journal of Indian Society of Periodontology, we had signed an agreement with the President of India when we wanted to get indexed with INDMED and MEDIND, which was the Indian equivalent of PubMed. Now, that doesn't exist anymore. The MEDIND and INDMED has gone off. So the challenges we face in the Indian context is how are we going to bring out our own indexing agencies where our own journals feel that they should go and get. Why do we only go for Web of Science? Why do we only go for PubMed and Scopus? If we get an opportunity in India, I'm sure we would love to go there. Similarly, why should I be with UGC Care? Because UGC is a great body. So I will feel privileged if they list my journal in that. But if the government of India doesn't provide me with the opportunity, where do I go? I then try to get a journal impact factor, etc., etc. So I think the problem lies within us.
Dr. Nachani, I think there's so much to say on this that it will never
Yeah,
stop.
correct,
This
ma'am.
debate will
Yes.
continue and it will continue
Yes.
for tea and
Yes.
lunch because we have no time. And just we should conclude please sit down because we have more talks and we cannot have. I know the questions are interesting for everybody, but because of one-to-one sort of thing.
Ma'am, just a minute. I forgot to thank Dr. Mr. Pritesh and his team at Scientific Scholar. Thank you for the opportunity. Dr. Vikram, thank you for the opportunity for me to stand before you and present. It was a wonderful experience. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you for
So
moderating
it is
this.
very important to maintain ethics, integrity, and honesty in publishing and of course in research. And I think editors have a very, very important duty to follow, which I think we'll all take back home this message from this. And artificial intelligence is there to stay, right? It has been brought to us, over us from the West. But please use it intelligently. Like he said, one of my nephew, I asked him, have you done your work? He said, yeah. I said, how come? I gave it to ChatGPT and it's done my question answer. So we have to be careful of that. So please use AI carefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the
My distinct pleasure to invite Dr. Rajiv Kumar to kindly come and give his presentation on editorial ethics and author misconduct. May I invite the moderators, Dr. Barun Naik, to kindly come and introduce the speaker. Thank you. You got your presentation here, change it.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second session. It's going to be interesting again, like the first one. The topic is really very important for all those editors and authors and scientists, because today we are discussing more of how to maintain ethics and don't do misconducts. And there are many. You will be surprised to know the type of misconducts which are being conducted. It's really, it will be eye-opener. And to discuss this issue, Professor Rajiv Kumar, who is the Professor of Urology in AIIMS, New Delhi, and his biodata is huge, but in a nutshell, he has multiple publications, more than 300 in peer-reviewed journals, and he has been editor of earlier from 2013 to 2024, Indian Journal of Urology, and now National Medical Journal. He is of India. He is the editor. Professor Rajiv Kumar.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Dogra and Pritesh, for inviting me to be here. Unfortunately, I've made a couple of changes to my presentation this morning. Got up early and thought I could do a little better than what I had done before. ChatGPT helped, and therefore I'm going to have to change a couple of slides. The thing that I'm supposed to speak on today, I believe we have it up now, is editorial ethics, author misconduct, and the India-specific challenges. As a brief introduction as to who I am, let me first say that it's been an unforced error on my part to get into this business. I started into this business 20 years ago, sitting in a small room in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences when an editorial committee meeting of the National Medical Journal of India was being held. Professor Nandi, of course, started this journal many years ago. At that point of time, Dr. Piyush Sahni was the editor. I sat in and I got sucked in. I stayed sucked in for the next 20 odd years till they handed it over to me few months back, much against my resistance. Why did everybody resist becoming an editor of such a prestigious journal? Why did nobody want to do it? I finished editing the Indian Journal of Urology for 10 years just before I took over this journal. But why did nobody want to become the editor? There were some remarkable names on the editorial board of the journal. There still are. Nobody wanted to become the editor. Why? Because typically, Editors, while it's perceived to be an extremely glamorous job, in this journal had seen that being an editor was painful work. The amount of effort that went in to bringing out every single issue was so much work and so much responsibility that people really had to commit time and integrity. Integrity was in abundance. Every one person on that board has integrity, no doubts, but time. And therefore, the editor was not simply a referee. 2 accepts, 1 reject, so accept. 2 rejects, 1 accept, so reject. That's not an editor. An editor is way beyond what that brief description of an editor is. And hopefully over the next 25 to 28 minutes, I will speak something about what I have learned over the last 12 odd years as a decision-making editor. I do have a few disclosures. This year, the National Medical Journal of India was accepted on the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, the ICMJE. The uniform requirements for manuscripts which we all follow come from the ICMJE. And by virtue of being the editor, I got invited onto the ICMJE. I've also been a member of the VAMI. And I named these 2 positions primarily because of a lot of what I say comes from the courses, the manuscripts and the publications that these 2 principal bodies have made. Therefore, a lot of what I say, in fact, most of what I say is not my own. It's something that's been taken from somewhere else. To some extent, it's been plagiarized. But this is the only way I can acknowledge the work that others have done to let me speak what I am about to speak. So why do we need ethics in publication? We need ethics everywhere, of course. That's the basic principles of everything you do. But why do we harp on it so much in publications? Why do we repeatedly say it? To me, the very simple reason why ethics is the single most important pillar on which publications exist is because of the very first line. This is possibly the only big impactful business where everything depends on trust. Everything. When was the last time somebody went to an institution that published a paper that said, we've done 1,000 cases of X, tried this drug and found it worked? When did anybody ever go back and check? Did anybody ever go back and see whether they actually had 1,000 patients? Did anybody ever go back and see did they actually give the drug? Did anybody ever go back and see what the outcomes were? Never. On the other hand, you go to the market, you buy a box of chocolates, expensive chocolates. It says it's supposed to have 10 chocolates in it. You come back home, you find 9, you actually count because they're expensive. You find that there are 9, you go back and pick up a fight. Do you do that with publications? Has anybody ever gone back and checked? On the other hand, we use this information to treat our families, to treat our friends, to treat our patients. One paper says this drug works, another paper ends up saying the same thing. Sometimes just one paper says a drug works. I'll give you an example from my field. I'm a urologist. About 3 years ago, one single randomized trial suggested the use of a particular drug in localized kidney cancer. Till date, the paradigm is kidney cancer, localized surgery, nothing else. One trial, just one trial, said a particular drug has better overall survival if you give it after surgery, and now everybody uses it. One paper. Did we ever go back and actually see that paper's original patients? We don't. So everything here works on trust. That's why ethics matters more than it does possibly in anything else, because to a large extent, we verify when it is in another business. And even if we don't verify, the potential harm isn't directly to human lives. That's why ethics is critical in scientific publication. At the same time, what I've written on the bottom is common knowledge. There are pressures to publish. Some pressures are automatic, they're a part of our everyday life, they are scientific, therefore there is an academic need, but unfortunately a large part of it is simply outright greed. Why do you need 200 papers if you can't actually work for them? Why do you need 300 papers if you can't actually work for them? Why must you publish X and not Y just because you're getting funding from the sponsor to publish in your journal? And now I'm talking about editors. Why must you publish Z and not another paper just because you believe in Z and you don't believe in another paper? That's greed. whether it's academic greed or simple good old-fashioned money greed. That's our problem with scientific publications, and that's where ethics comes into play. And again, we're looking at a post-COVID era, 5 years of existence. In the last 5 years, the biggest achievement that COVID has given us has been the ability to become a celebrity without moving out of our houses. You turn on a camera, you switch on a light, you put on some makeup, and you're a celebrity. All you need to do is webinars, loads of them, one after the other. Tell everybody that you're great, and everybody starts believing you're great. That's now become one path to success, which academia has suddenly discovered. And it's again particularly true in our field, medicine. The good old-fashioned path to success used to be this. You'd lose all your hair fighting a bunch of guys who thought they knew better than you before they let you publish that one paper. That was the classic pathway to success. That's what all of us grew up on. That pathway is now changed. It's become much easier. However, go back again to the good old-fashioned people, some of them who've lost their hair and are still sitting in this hall. They would tell you that this path does lead to this path. Publish, do a good job, and you'll get recognized. That will never lead to this. And again, I'm sure most of us have seen it. You have well-recognized clinicians who've done thousands of cases, demonstrated live surgeries in dozens of conferences, now come back to you who are 20 years younger and come back and say, Rajiv, ek paper publish karwa de. It's very common. We've all experienced that fact. It doesn't happen. That's where your greed as an editor might come in. Okay, I publish his paper, he calls me to the next conference. That's where you come in as an editor. So what are the editorial ethics? What am I speaking about for the next 15 minutes now? I'm talking about our responsibility as editors. And they principally cover 3 sets of domains. Our readers, our authors, and of course science. Those are the 3 principal people to whom our ethics are answerable. Scientific integrity undoubtedly is number 1. We have already talked about why that is essential. How does it come in when it comes about editors? Every editor hates a retraction. Nobody wants to do it. Everybody believes that this will bring me and my journal a bad name. To me, it's exactly the opposite. If I have to retract because a manuscript, either the author cheated or I made a mistake, whatever may be the reason, if I know there is a reason to retract and I don't retract, I am guilty. Therefore, retractions are not a reflection on your poor quality. They may be at times. Maybe you didn't put in enough effort. Maybe you didn't pick up the fault that existed. Maybe you actually didn't do a peer review at all. Retractions are the first sign of editorial integrity. If there is an error, it doesn't have to be a retraction. It may be simply an expression of concern. It may simply be a publication of a letter of concern. Whatever it is, accepting a mistake is the first step to preventing it. And that is an essential part of editorial integrity. Conflicts of interest. Each one of us has it. Every single one of us. We may believe I take no funding from pharma. Pharma has never supported even a cab for me all my life. Where would I end up having a conflict of interest? We do have conflicts of interest. Our conflicts of interest, like I said, could be simply academic. And this dovetails into what's written at the bottom of the slide, and that's our relationships with our publishers, our owners, and our societies. That's our biggest conflict of interest as editors. Many of us are honorary editors, which means we get paid nothing. That's the bulk of the editing processes that happen in this country. Most of us publish what are called small journals. We publish few manuscripts, few papers a year, and are typically responsible for finding the funding for our journal. That's where the conflicts come in. Accepting advertisements which aren't really germane to our journal or are contradictory to the science that we publish is one aspect of it. The second, more sinister aspect of editorial ethics to our readers in particular are where we place those advertisements. It isn't uncommon to see an advertisement for a drug slipped in right behind an article which supports that drug. Complete editorial misconduct. And that's emanating from your conflict of interest. You need that money to run your journal, that's your conflict of interest, and you're willing to do that for that publisher, for that advertiser. This is also a part of what happens with supplements. Now, it may not necessarily just be the advertiser who's doing it for you, it may just be the president of your society, the secretary of your society, a big name in your society. Again, let me recount a small incident. I took over as the editor of the Indian Journal of Urology in the year 2013. Within 3 months of taking over as the editor, I found a manuscript had been accepted previously, which had come up for publishing and for copy editing as the final editorial review, and I found image manipulation. The article was talking about the need of only 3 ports in laparoscopy for doing a nephrectomy, whereas on the image I saw 4 ports. Simple error, simple manipulation, but I could make out the edge of 1 port. The manuscript, of course, went back to the author, big name in the society. Sir, I think there's a problem. Either the data is incorrect or the image is incorrect. Can you give us an answer? No answer, no reply, but I suddenly got bumped off a couple of committees. It's an immediate sign of how things happen, and we are all a part of a small group. Like I said, we all run small journals. Almost everybody knows everybody, and it's not easy to say no to a big name. As an editor, that's a conflict of interest in small journals which each one of us has to navigate on a daily basis. What are our ethical responsibilities to our authors? 90% rejection rates means authors are desperate. They'll do anything you want them to do. Can you make them hang on for 6 months or 9 months before giving them a first answer? Can you not give an answer and simply reject after 9 months with no review at all? Can you request them to put in 2 papers of your journal in the publication list? All of these are editorial misconducts, and they are widespread and common. It is so common to get a review where the reviewer or supposedly the reviewer suggests the authors may wish to consider the following 2 manuscripts for inclusion. Sometimes you agree, sometimes you do believe that they are relevant. Most of the times you think it's just self-citations, a citation of the reviewer himself. Or the editor has put those in because the journal in which they appeared is this journal. Now, of course, at least the Web of Science has found a way of addressing this. So the Web of Science impact factor now actually has 2 parts of it. The JCR gives you 2 impact factors with self-citations and impact factors without self-citations. Nonetheless, this is classic editorial misconduct, both to your authors and to science and to your journals. Next, of course, is the importance of data protection and identity protection. Again, small journals. You have a dinner tomorrow, a CME, everybody is together, the author is there, the reviewer is there, and everybody is happy to talk to each other. I got your paper, I gave it a good score. Or you send me a paper, I'm having it reviewed by somebody who's probably going to give you a yes. We all curry favors. Editors are a part of the society where everybody wants some recompense for the efforts that they are putting in. So I have published your paper, maybe you will help me. It's a part of our standard editorial misconduct that's widespread, that needs to be addressed if we need to grow. Then comes our editorial responsibility or ethics to our reviewers. And again, this is not just reviewers, this is true in science. The resident who does good work gets more work. The office worker who does more work obviously always gets more work. That's how it always works. It's okay to some extent. There are some reviewers we always favor, the reviewers are happy to do more work for us and we carry on asking them. But at some point of time, we need to sit back and think, is this fair? Is this fair to your journal? Is this fair to your reviewer? Because is the reviewer bias not creeping into your journal itself? If every author gets a review from the same reviewer for everything, is it fair to your journal at all? Because maybe the reviewer, and obviously the reviewer would have some personal preferences, and just because it is easy to get a review from that person, is it actually fair to the authors or the journals? Finally, of course, when you talk about editorial integrity for reviewers, we talk about ensuring privacy. Privacy for reviewers is crucial. You reject a paper. The paper is from a big man. You meet him at the dinner 2 weeks down the line, and he comes up and says, I sent you a paper, you rejected it. I'm so sorry, sir, he reviewed it and he said it's bad. You've curried a favor. You've solved your own problem. You've passed on the blame to a reviewer. You've thrown him under the bus. Part of editorial integrity. Why is this important? Why am I talking about it here? I don't talk about this at every meeting. Why do I mention it here? Because we're a bunch of editors. We're a bunch of editors of small journals in societies where we probably know at least 15% or 20% of the authors or the institutions from which we get papers. It's a matter of fact that when I edited the Indian Journal of Urology, I probably knew 80% of the authors, or at least the institutions, maybe not the resident who's written it, but certainly one of the names on the authorship byline would be people I know or people who knew me. We're a small society, 4,000 people, and that's how most of us are. Even the anesthesiologists, who may be 25,000, all of them don't publish. There's a small bunch that publishes, and everybody knows everybody. The potentiality of editorial misconduct is much higher. The second part of my talk was to speak upon common author issues. I know some of us were unhappy when we were pointed out as being people who cheat. That's not what it is. We're not people who cheat, but we do cheat. So does the whole world, which is why the title of my slide was, although they've cut it off, is that these are problems that are not just here, they're problems all over the world. These are issues that concern the entire world. But that can't allow us to run away from the fact that it's ours too. It can't allow us to run away from the fact that we unfortunately pay a disproportionately high proportion of the misconduct that is happening, and therefore we must address it if we wish to prevent it. Plagiarism, common. What is the commonest form of plagiarism? We see the data is mine, so what if I didn't write the whole paper? And that is true. The data is actually the person who's written it. They've actually done the research, they've actually got the data, but they can't write. And because they can't write, they just picked it up from somewhere else. Obviously, it's plagiarism. Self-plagiarism. I've written 3 articles. 2 of them were reviews. One was in a non-indexed journal, one was in a German language journal or whatever that was. This one is mine. These are the commonest forms that we see. A few years ago, I received a bunch of theses from the National Board of Examinations. A few years back, that was probably about 15 years ago. 10 of them. I read the first 5, 6, 7, and I called back the person who sent them that you probably need to take them all back because otherwise they're all getting rejected. Every single image is a copy. Every single table is a copy. I don't even have to read the text. All images in this thesis are taken from a book because there are standard books, we've read them. It took a little while to sort that out, but it's still common. We don't think twice before copying images and tables, and it starts with our protocol writing. We believe a protocol writing is no big deal. It's not going out, it's not going anywhere. That's where our plagiarism starts, from that book and that paragraph. When we talked about ChatGPT, I would actually take the advice of using ChatGPT. I do use it. I use AI regularly. I used AI for this talk also. What happens when you use AI, right or wrong, that's where your intelligence comes in. Your intelligence comes in. I used it to tell me if I covered everything. I fed in, I'm going to cover the following 8 topics. Is there something that additionally needs to be covered? It gave me a couple of things which I thought were irrelevant. I didn't put them in my talk. AI is critical. It's a brilliant tool. We would be fools to assume that we have to fight it. We don't have to fight it. We have to learn to use it properly. It's a brilliant tool, honestly. The next type of misconduct that we see very commonly, of course, is authorship. And all of us are responsible. None of us teach them not to do it. All of us are happy to see our names. My name is also there. None of us does anything for that paper. Most of us don't even read the email that comes to us with the paper attached to it. That's a policy I follow for the last 20 years. When one of us writes a paper, we just put everybody on the email. this is the paper, this is what we are submitting, you are obviously an author, please give us comments. 90% of the time nobody says a thing. Either we are brilliant, we have written so well on the very first draft that none of the others find anything wrong, but more often nobody cares as long as they've got their name on it. Every one of us is responsible. How many of us have turned down authorships? How many of us have actively said, please don't put my name on this paper? Very few. Data fabrication, falsification, omission, these are common, these are bigger issues. These are not things that we need to talk about in a forum like this. Everyone knows this is cheating. It happens. There are tools to detect it. The biggest tool to detect it is our brain, is our sixth sense, which tells me, I know this person, I know this institution, they haven't done it. That's a very vague tool, but that's the best tool to immediately light up your brain. Something's wrong here. This didn't happen. But that happens. Conflicts of interest that are undeclared, fortunately, are not a very common thing in India, but they are growing. I have seen this happen now. Industry written papers where the complete affiliation to the industries disappears. The entire paper is industry written. Somebody, a good medical doctor, most industries now have good medical people on their teams. They've done the research probably. It's not that the research is fake. Remember, conflicts of interest are not unsurmountable. It's not that the research is fake. It's not that the data is fake. It's just that you're cheating your audience. And of course, there is evidence enough to say that conflicts of interest influence what's written on the paper. The glass is half full or the glass is half empty is our perspective. The data is truthful. The glass is actually half empty. That is the truth. It's the spin that you give on that half empty glass. That is what most readers read. Most readers read only the title and the conclusion. They don't care about what's in the middle. And that's where your spin on that glass half empty is more important than the fact that the glass is actually half empty. Therefore, those conflicts of interest are important. And improper citations. Reference of a reference of a reference of a reference without ever actually having seen that reference. Again, if Dr. Piyush Sani were here, he was the editor who's taught me most of what I know now. He edited the National Medical Journal of India. He has a brilliant example of how at the NMJI we published a paper looking, we published something called Classics in Indian Medicine. And one of those papers was on Kangli cancer from Kashmir. And while trying to publish it, we wanted to get the original article, so we looked at the reference and we found the reference was wrong. We went and looked at another reference and another reference and another reference, everybody said the same reference and all of those references were wrong. So this is Dr. Piyush Sani's story, it's not my story, but it's a classic example of how one wrong citation messes up everything. And of course the latest challenge, and this is AI written papers. They are brilliantly written, the language is exceptionally good. Another anecdote, I had a new resident, just joined. We are required to submit a protocol within 4 months. He didn't submit it. I told him, write to the registrar, he'll give you an extension. It's standard, you can get an extension, but you have to apply. So he sent me back a letter within the next half an hour, nicely worded, 4 lines. And I knew he hadn't written it because I know him for the last 4 months. I know how he speaks. So I asked him, how did you write so well? He said, ChatGPT, sir. It's a 2-sentence application to the registrar. I am late. Please allow me to submit late. But it's ChatGPT. So it's the ease. Like I said, I use it. I use it virtually whenever I can. I use it. There's nothing wrong with it. Harness it. Be intelligent. Chori karo to akal se karo. That's a standard story that everybody's been always taught. So AI written papers are a huge problem. We've seen them. How we detected them the very first time was when we got a reviewer who says, beautifully written paper. I'm glad he cited me 3 times. Unfortunately, I didn't write those 3 papers that he cited. So that's the brilliance of ChatGPT and all large language models. The 3 co-authors were correct. These are the 3 people who write with him. The topic is correct because that is his area of interest and it relates to the subject at hand. The journal is correct. That's the journal where such articles are published. The year, the numbers, the issue pages are all correct, but the whole thing put together is wrong. He never wrote that paper. So that's how we picked it up, and everybody now knows that hallucinations by large language models is one of the commonest ways in which errors are being picked up. But then once you identify one problem, they'll find a way out around it. You tell them that your references are wrong, which is why we found you out. The next time they'll check the references, but everything else is still AI written. So we still haven't found an answer to it other than to say, just tell us. It's like I said, I've told you, part of what is written here was checked on ChatGPT. None of this was written by ChatGPT. All of this is written by me. But I did use ChatGPT to say that, am I missing something? So use it. but use it to intelligence. This of course leads to the next editorial issue that we currently have, and that is paper mills. This has again become a huge problem. I am sure many of, again I am talking to editors, so this is preaching to the converted, but nonetheless paper mills, huge issue. How was this detected the very first time? Smart biotechnology researcher saw 2 Western blots in 2 different papers, completely different papers on completely different things, but the Western blots were exactly the same. Then they went back and looked at images and saw the same Western blots on multiple papers. I mean, how can the Western blot be the same? On one paper on mice, one paper on pigs, one paper on humans, everybody has the same Western blot. That's how paper mills were detected, and now it's a big deal. It's everywhere. Every 3rd or 4th day, you'll get an email saying, we'll write a paper for you. These are paper mills who are willing to write anything for you if you're willing to pay them. So coming back to the last part of my talk, and we're talking now about India's specific issues. Where are we different from the world? We are different from the world, or let's say so-called advanced world, because we don't hold ourselves accountable. That's our only problem. Everybody cheats. Do you think people follow the driving rules in the US because they are more honest than us? No, they do it because they are scared of the punishments they will have to face if they don't follow the rules. And if you ingrain it on them over the next 20 years or 40 years as a Pavlovian law, they'll stop doing it. How do you stop us from cheating? You need to first have a stick. Once you've used the stick often enough, the dog fears the stick and doesn't do the thing again. Standard Pavlovian principles. Our problem is lack of accountability. We find cheats, we do nothing about them. We find cheating, we do nothing about it. We don't retract. We know there was a problem with our paper, we don't retract. We know this author, this institution sends us fake papers, we do nothing about it. That's our biggest problem, lack of accountability. The second big problem, and I actually blame all of us as teachers, not as editors, in this is we don't teach. We do not do anything to tell our residents that this is wrong. Again, a small anecdote. I sit on interview panels for selecting faculty at various institutions around the country. Like I said, I'm a urologist. Urologists are not good publishers. We are among the lower quartile, I would say, among people who are trained and write and publish. There has not been a single faculty interview in the last 3 years where the majority of applicants have not shown me at least one fake paper. The majority. Who's responsible? Is it the MCH student in year 1, year 2 who's responsible? No, it isn't. It's the faculty who allowed them to write it, because the faculty's name is also on it. The faculty is not appearing for interview. The person who gets caught is the resident who's now appearing to become faculty. He gets caught. But who's responsible for this? We are responsible. We never taught them. We kept quiet. He says, sir, I've published a paper. Your name is on it. Job done. Perfect. He paid the 3,000, 5,000 bucks, whatever needed to be paid. You got a paper. You don't care what it says. Half the times you don't even know that it's fake. Half the faculty, I guarantee it, you don't know the difference between a fake paper and a real paper. So the fault lies with us. We call ourselves teachers. We don't know and we don't teach. Finally, we come to the what everybody calls the elephant in the room. There is no elephant in the room. Everybody sees this out front. Fake journals. The pressure to publish is so much, our own created, that we will pay to publish anything. Now, of course, for the naive, the question that comes up is, when Scientific Reports charges me 1 lakh rupees for a paper, when PLOS One charges me 1 lakh rupees for a paper, when Helion charges me 1 lakh rupees for a paper, why does this poor guy who's charging me 3,000 rupees bad? Why are they not bad? Now, that's a different debate. That's a debate I would be happy to enter into on any other day, but today is not the time for that debate. The reason I bring up that issue here is the only difference between them and everybody else is this: the triage meeting, the peer reviewers. Whatever be the flaw, it's an extremely flawed system. Peer reviewed is such a flawed system that it's an open statement. I can, for a good journal, the inbox and the outbox could easily be flipped without knowing the difference. What you reject today, you'll accept tomorrow. That's the flaw of our peer review system. We all accept it. Nonetheless, we don't have anything that is better. You bring us something that's better and we'll change it. But till we can change it, we accept what it is, and that is the only difference between the pseudo journal and the real journal. And that's what brought us to the first picture that I showed you. These are those bunch of reviewers who are doing this to you. So how do you stop them from doing it? You stop them from doing it by bringing in Gandhiji, whether it's in the mouth, the eyes, or the ears. That's the problem that's happening with our publications. That's the concept of fake publications. We no longer call them predatory publication. Predatory assumes that you are a prey. The author is a prey. We don't call them predatory anymore. They are not being preyed upon. They are complicit participants. Therefore, they are now pseudo-journals, not predatory journals. So how do you identify a pseudo-journal? At the end of your mind, again, it comes back to the first slide I showed you. Science is about truth. The publication business is about truth. At the back of your mind, you know what you're doing is wrong. If what you think you know is what you're doing is wrong, if you would rather nobody else heard that you've done it, it's probably wrong. The only way to prevent it is to tell yourself that what you're doing is wrong. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv, for giving a wonderful insight into the system. But any questions from the audience? Because we have about 5 minutes, we can deal with the questions. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, good morning, Dr. Rajiv this side. I'm an integrity professional, and I listened what you said, and it was rather an honest insight into the system that we are playing in, and thank you for showing that to us. But my question is that you talked about that awareness that the researcher lack about integrity among the faculty, student. How do you see, what are those systemic factors you see with the help of policies that can help us like moving forward in eliminating these root cause of the scientific misconduct? And to add on to the second part is this, in this era of AI and paper mills, how you foresee the Indian publishing landscape and the challenges it is going to face?
Thank you for your questions and for the compliments. As for your first question, how do we stop it? I actually gave you the solution here. To me, it's 2 points. Teach and then punish. First, teach. Tell them it's wrong. Your first job as a teacher is to educate. Educate your faculty. Don't assume that because he's a professor, he knows. He doesn't know. The first job is educate. Once you've made enough effort to educate and people still persist in doing it, then punish. So accountability and education are the 2 pillars of addressing the concern. That's point 1. You want to come back first?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption, Dr. Rajiv, but my point is that the publishing landscape that has evolved over many years, do you see this this actually is the time for that teaching?
This is the only solution. There is no other solution to my mind.
But there is no
Teach.
policy. But there is no policy if you.
Oh, it's in the policies. Policy exists.
But
the UGC, the NMC, everybody asks you to learn. There are modules that they have created. They are available. Nobody learns them.
You talked about NMC. Then I am coming to this. I see many DNB, MS students coming with the thesis part, and I personally know those people. They are running for those. Small centers and not go far beyond. In front of Safdarjung hostel, there is a pamphlet there.
It's in my hostel too.
35,000 rupees thesis.
So you've copied it from my slide 20 years ago.
No,
I have the same poster on my slide 20 years ago.
Okay, no. I will tell you. Actually, I was previously working in Safdarjung, so I am telling you. I always see that 35,000 rupees thesis. Do you see with this level of misconduct existing, do you see, and with retractions coming, and you see when any Indian getting
So I've been told to hurry up because there are more questions. Okay. So I'll give you a simple answer. What you're saying is all 100% true. We've all spoken on it. But honestly, the only answer I see is teach and then punish. I see no other answer to this problem.
Thank you.
Sunny, yeah.
Rajiv sir, many times the situation of retraction comes up with a whistleblower putting up straightforward remarks of data infringement or situations where there is a gross plagiarism involved. But then it could be at times a malicious intent with the authors. But these are very critical situations. So how, as an editor, you approach such a situation for critically evaluating and finally taking a decision of whether or not to retract the article? And the second question is that still, although retraction is the first step of editorial integrity, as you rightly mentioned, but still the mentality of many editors, authors, and even society stakeholders is that retraction is a black blot on their face or the journal face. So how do you critically approach such situations?
So the answer to your first question, Sunny, is that we follow the COPE guidelines for almost everything. For, I'm sure, the editors here, so they understand what COPE means. We try and follow the COPE guidelines as far as we can. Sometimes we need to address them to the local circumstance, but that's what we do. What we differ from the West is we may not punish as much if we believe that the author was a young guy, honestly made a mistake. That's part one. The punishment may not happen, but the retraction still has to happen. Correcting the scientific literature or data is mandatory. Punishment is secondary. That's a judgment call. It's a first year guy who's made a mistake. Speak to him, speak to his boss. You don't have to be more harsh to him on the first time, but the retraction has to happen. As an editor, it's like I said, it's a personality trait. Most of us believe, again as a surgeon, maybe it comes from being a surgeon. I want to be told of making my mistakes before I make them. I want a resident to tell me you're an idiot, don't do this, before I make the mistake, rather than after I made a mistake and then laugh at me. So that's how we've been trained. That's what we expect journals to do. If you made a mistake, accept it and move on. So accept the retraction.
So just a short question.
No, so I would have to say no to you if you don't mind, because we have many people online, we need to give them also a chance.
Sure.
So just because they are not physically here, we got to respect them. So there are many questions online from different countries, and some of them from India. Most of them pertain to AI, that if you use AI to review your paper, to ask the AI to validate what I have done, is that acceptable? That's the main question.
It's a good question. It's a very topical question. I'll begin by two parts to this statement. First is, if you really want answers that I haven't given you, go to the WAMI website, go to the ICMJE website. Both of them have very clear papers and statements on how to use AI in publications. And therefore, what I say comes from the same statements. Number two, it's perfectly fine to use artificial intelligence at any part of your work. Perfectly fine. What is important is that the AI is not writing for you. The AI is not telling you what is to be done. Use their inputs, but then use your brains and your words. That's the only requirement that exists. So use them whether it is to validate, and for reviewers. Now again, this is a problem. I've seen reviewers who've done everything from ChatGPT and given us their reviews. Use AI, find out what needs to be done, but then please write it yourself, or at least edit it so that it says what you wish to say, not what it wishes to say. That's all, but use it as much as you can.
Huh?
Sir, okay. Very short question. Like the peer review system, how many reviewers should ideally, I mean, a magic number is that 2 blinded peer reviews. But IJM
there is no minimum number. Yeah. If one reviewer tells me this data is fake and I'm able to justify it, I don't need a second and a third reviewer.
Okay.
If one reviewer is able to point out misconduct, I don't need a second or a third reviewer. It's like I said, an editor is not balancing pluses and minuses and totaling the number. One excellent review which tells me the value is enough. One reviewer that tells me it's a misconduct is enough. If it's something that I have no knowledge on, domain knowledge, I can't make up my own mind, then I may need 3, 4, 5, 6 opinions. So there is no magic number. There is no minimum number. It has to be, do you have enough data to make an educated decision on the paper? That's all it takes. No number.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Professor Rajiv, for a wonderful talk and discussions. I thank audience also for the interaction, and probably.
Thank you. So thank you again. I know people are excited and want to ask questions. Number one, please frame your question in one sentence. Do not frame a question in one paragraph. And I would request the speaker also to answer it in what is called edited, succinct way. One line answer as if you are answering to a policeman, so that others can get opportunity to ask the question. With that, I would now request and invite Professor Vikas Mehdi to kindly come on stage and speak on the policy and practice funding, indexing and governance. And I would also invite moderators Dr. Shweta Tanwar and moderator Dr. Karun Agarwal to kindly come and introduce the speaker. Huh? Aha. Who said that? You know, you got 10 out of 10. So, you are so correct. It's a tea break. We'll have tea and come back with vitalized energy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. मैं भूल गया. Good afternoon. I think people are still having tea. It's time for us to start our afternoon session because we've got to finish here at 5:30. Otherwise, the hotel people are going to throw us out. So, may I invite our next speaker, Professor Bikash Mehdi, and moderator Dr. Shweta and Dr. Karun to kindly come and introduce the speaker.
After the morning session and tea break, I think we are all energized to listen to none other than Professor Bikash Mehdi. It's our pleasure with Dr. Shweta to moderate the session. And Dr. Bikash Mehdi is Professor of Pharmacology at PGI MER, Chandigarh, which is my alma mater. I did my plastic surgery from the same institute. It's nice to see Dr. Bikash from there. And he has exceptionally impressive biodata, long biodata, but some of them are exemplary to mention here. He is the editor-in-chief of Indian Journal of Pharmacology, editor-in-chief Indian Journal of Pharmacological Sciences and Nanotechnology, and drug bulletin of PGI MER, which is existing for many, many decades. And he has a list of orations and achievements to his credit. But the greatest thing which I will like to mention is he is one of the dedicated scientists within 2% of scientists across the world conducted by Elsevier and Stanford University. So there are many more, but what is starking amongst all of us is his publications. He has published 10 books, 300 book chapters, and 650, maybe much more than 650 papers published in scientific world. So with this brief introduction, I could not read all of them, but I am very happy to introduce Dr. Bikash to speak on his topic. Dr. Bikash, please.
So thank you, sir. And can I put the slide here? Yeah. So thank you very much. And we listened to earlier speaker, especially Dr. Rajiv. So we just wanted to discuss, because all of us, we contribute to the journals, especially Indian journals. What should be the policy and how we can implement practically? We have a policy, but how it will be workable for practically, and what are the funding opportunities for a journal? Obviously, you understand the indexing and the governance is important. So I request put the slide so that the audience can see, Now to begin, you know that India is emerging as a superpower, okay? So we wanted to make it that can you have a soft superpower in terms of scientific community, So I remember I went to Rotterdam for a presentation. I had to work on snake bite. So I was called to stage that Dr. Modi will make a scary presentation. It was snake bite. I went and said that I understand the impact of our PM. I'm not Dr. Modi, I'm Dr. Mehdi. But I could see the impact of our Prime Minister. So today, wherever you go, our impact should be there, and that is what we are looking. So we are looking at, scientific community as a community, how we can impact, and you can be a part of global partner for policy making. So if we're looking at that, there are so many steps have been taken in terms of, Atmanirbhar. Today you say that after the Operation Sindoor, we're just thinking that can we not have like Voice of America and BBC, our broadcast? Why can't you have PubMed like database or National Library? That this thing need to be addressed. So if you say that Atmanirbhar or Viksit Bharat by 2047, so that means we have to go in that tell you with the line. Now before I begin, can I request to put the slide? Yeah.
There is some technical hitch, so they are working on it. Just bear with us for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Should I wait? Yeah, it is there. Okay. So I just wanted to brief that what is there in a global level. So if you look at that search engine, so you can say that example that, how many search engines are there, existing one. So that is why if we looking at in future that you can develop the database for India. So if you say that all the search engine we have, like PubMed, all the databases, so definitely we can make it a point that based on that, we can say that, all these search engines. So I just wanted to say that what is in a global level. So if you look at the general search engine, discipline-specific, aggregator, open label, and there is a collaborative platform. I just wanted to tell you one important thing. It's a story. One of these editor had come to Bombay, BMG editor, and some young fellow had asked, why can't you publish in Lancet in New England Journal of Medicine? He only uttered a word that you do not have a collaboration. You do not collaborate one department to another, one institute to another, how you can publish. So this is very important. Today, if you say that why citations are more in case of US, because they only cite their own article. If you take an example, our student come and if an Indian journal, he take it, then invariably he'll get a reply, can you take it a European journal or American journal? Because we do not promote ourselves. That point has come that we need to promote ourselves then only. So these are, database are there where you can search and definitely you can see the impact as a scientist or impact of a journal looking at the H index and I index. But if you look at that, globally, you have a ORCID ID. And that's how we can look at that key feature of the ORCID ID, that unique for research identify to see the impact of yourself as a scientist. So these are the points are control over privacy and visibility, then automatic update of whatever you are doing currently, and definitely global recognition comes. So if you say, as a scientist, you wanted to go globally, so definitely global visibility should be there. So we have a procedure for registration that all of us we understand, but we need to understand as the importance of how you are going to have a unique identification. So tomorrow, if you create, we have already created some of the database. So how it can be enhanced the visibility and also, people can get to know that from these databases that these are a person and these are the person is working in that area. So we can have an efficient publication of the management and standard author identification and across the platform. So using ORCID ID effectively, but you can say that some of these database, like you say Scopus, you say journal need to be indexed in Scopus, then you'll get a visibility. A lot of people like PhD, they'll be calling that, can I get it published? Because university only accepts Scopus. So you can say that, total, 82 million records they kept at Scopus. And that is how the visibility through the worldwide. So, high quality control. Then you have a multidisciplinary approach. Then you can say that collaboration approach is there. And that is why it is more visible. Everybody said that Scopus is there or not. So similarly, Google Scholar, you can say that how many features are there, profile of the author, citation alert, everything is up to date once you register. So you can look at that enhanced discovery and visibility. Basically, you are looking for a quality standard, visibility as a scientist. So these are key features of the Google Scholar. You can see that Google Scholar alert, then related article and references. So this is how we can go that how you can create optimized profile as a scientist, or advanced search technique, monitoring citation and setting up the alert. So this is how limitation of the Google Scholar also there. So when we develop a system, we must know that particular system has a limitation, so that when you develop, you can overcome the limitation, and that step need to be taken. So if you look at one of the important points is duplicate record, okay? Limited coverage of non-English. Today you say that, did you read any Russian article? Answer is no, because we do not understand that language. Did you read a Scandinavian article? Answer is no, because we do not read. We do not read a Chinese article. Does it mean scientifically they are inferior? It is not true. They may be much better compared to that. And that is why it is very important that, should be system of, manual usage. So if you look at the ResearchGate, what it integrates, it says that facilitate network and collaboration, okay? So we get to know that who are the people working in which discipline. And when you plan for a near future, any of the research, definitely it will be encouraged. So these are the key features of, ResearchGate. You can say that publication sharing, networking collaboration, or discussion forum, and that will help young researchers to contribute more in the future. So if you look at the ResearchGate effectively, definitely we have a profile, and regularly it is shared, and definitely you will get an import. Obviously, it has a limitation also. So if you say copyright component, how do you address that copyright concern? Or earlier, there is a score, ResearchGate score, and that also, if you look at critically, it was actually misinterpretation. People who have a very few publications, they have a very high RG score, and that was been removed. And that is what one important point is, did you have a peer review? So this is how we can look at the PubMed, whole database. So all these key pieces, so we train the people for checking the PubMed. But one thing I'll just state that students should be trained. If you have a chemical, which database you go? You have a PubChem, you have a ToxNet, you have a Codex. And these are the databases which also been important. So basically it is a reliable source, scientific literature, and support of evidence-based medicine. So there are a lot of points in terms of encouraging that, but how you can use the PubMed effectively, obviously you go for a basic search, you go for an advanced search. So we train the people, when they come join as a senior resident or junior resident particularly. So you can have a comparative all global database. I just put it comparatively. So if you say, can you access freely? Almost it is free, but last one, you need a subscription. What about content type, citation metrics, full text access, search filter, advanced? These are the points you are looking for it. Now coming to the question is, can India create similar database? So if you look at India, that we have a database, we started a vast, diverse research output, and like PubMed or the Scopus, we have already created. So this is how you say that if you create an India-based database, that means as an Indian scientist or as an Indian doctors, as a scientist, you have a visibility in a global platform. So it should be affordable, it should be equitable to the researcher, and especially smaller institute. We always go to a peripheral medical college. How much accessibility is there? That many of the places you have a difficulty in internet, and we need to train also. So that is why we encourage. But one more thing is that key database, Indian Science has been already created, National Digital Library of India. So there we are collecting all the data and putting it. Second important point is, Sud Ganga. So there also, if you can see that all the data we are creating as an Indian database. So here, if you go for it, that domain-specific database. So if you look at the example of ICM of what they're doing, I just remember DG had called a meeting, online meeting during the COVID of all the editors. Probably those journals, more than 2 impact factor. So basic idea was, discussion was that can you improve the standard of the journal, of the Indian journal, maybe 500 plus journals. Then we had a physical meeting where all the editor comes. So this platform need to be created, because if you can make a policy, and the question is coming is how you are going to introduce or practically implement the policy. So you can say that we have an Indian Council of Social Science or CSR database. This database need to be looked at. But one thing is that when you create a database, data integrity and data security should be there. Data integrity and data security should be there. And that's how, if you look at Indian Research Foundation, they have created all this, Indian Research Information Network System. It has been already created. So there is a INB center is there. So they collect, create, or showcase research, they put it, and they have an academic identification service. So they are working on a networking so that you can have a collaborative effect, and all the software has been developed so that they can connect to all the university and everything. So one of this, implementation is that one nation, one subscription. Okay, so this has been launched on 25th of November, 2024. And this is going to create a huge Indian database so that this system, ambition is we are going to have a self-reliant. So this is what, one nation, one subscription is there. So this is going to help us so that we have a self-reliant is there. But another, if you look at that, Anusandhan National Research Foundation. So this has been created under the Foundation Act 2023. And this is going to create that we can have a funding, and there's a huge funding, and definitely it is going to have a key function of all the people. But today, if we look at that, you have an idea, and you say, tomorrow I'm going to do it, and this tomorrow never comes. So we have to take a step. By this year, you're going to complete that. And that is why the policy, when you say policy type research, conduct and disseminate it. And today, if you say the policy which rule guidelines conducting the ethical, transparent research, there is a newspaper report that all our, when NDCT rule, like it is released on 2019, 19 March, and it become that all the biomedical research is accountable. But if you look at 2013, when we put notification for ethics committee, there are 840 ethics committee, it was assessed. There's a newspaper report that all these ethics committees, 70% in medical college is dysfunctional. How we are going to do it if it is practically happening in periphery? And that is what all the funding, everybody is responsible as a researcher, as an editor, or as an author. So when you talk about funding, because when the meeting was conducted, one of the idea is that to improve the standard of the journal, you need a funding from the government. Because most of the society, some are very rich. For us, we have enough money. Then those journals which require the funding, we can get a funding. So this is what also one of the source that that we have an ICMR, you have a DST, DBT. So these are the funding agencies there. But how many funding it goes to a journal for an improvement? So this is how you can look, ICMR they contribute, or you can say DBT and DST, and this is how we have to look at how many. But if you look at it international also, there are a lot of funding agents, opportunity. But this funding opportunity, how much you get it, because it is competitive. So if you take an example of, Human Frontier Science program, and then you can say that UKD program, then these are, UKD program is there, then MARC, there are so many, but that need to be look at the conflict of interest if you get an educational grant also from some company. So there are challenges for an improvement of the journal from getting a funding, because then funding should be sustainable. Why? You get a funding, but after 3 years, it has been stopped. How you are going to sustain? So that is why if you say that intense competition, it is there, and there is a unique distribution for discipline or the particular region. So definitely it will be very difficult to sustain in a high risk project, and that's how we have to see that. So best practice for funding, that can you have a sustainable system for that, and that's how. Now coming to indexing, you want a visibility, you want to keep the high standard. So if you look at that, how indexing is started, it was long back. If you look at the history, that 1460, the first indexing was started. Then you can remember the Simulel. So top indexing agency, if you say PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science. And you know the importance of this agency, because once you put, you can screen or you can search it. So importance is very important in terms of credibility and visibility or economic recognition. So all these journal, if you say any journal, is it indexed? What does it mean? It could be indexed in any of this indexing agency, but you specifically ask that is it indexed in Scopus, it is indexed in PubMed, is it available? So this is how we look for, obviously, impact factor. Everybody said that I'm going to publish more than 10 impact factor, I'm going to publish more than 5. But if you look back, impact factor, it was actually for librarian. And if you look at its history, it was actually started as a Abel number. The father of American pharmacology is Abel, Sir Derek Abel. And he started the Abel number concept. So that if I work, I can put my Abel number. If my student work, they can put. So this become an impact. So I had written an article, you can read, impact of impact factor in Singapore journal. Impact of impact factor. Because if you look at the Russian journals, low impact factors. Does it mean it is bad? Because if you look at that, US, Europe, they only cite their own article. So impact is very high. Even today, if I tell you, China has created the Einstein Foundation. They call all the scientists all over the world because they wanted to go for a scientific standard across the globe. And that is why it is very important to look at that our authors and also importance of author levels in this academic career. So this we need to be work, and that is why all this institute responsibility is that you have an orientation program, even junior resident also. You need to know that you cannot blame a person that how you plagiarize. You have to tell them this is copy paste. And what is the regulation today, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. So unless you tell them, how do you get to know that? So we need all this training program, and definitely journal indexing is very, very important. So if you look at the indexing listing the journal database, otherwise it will no visibility will come in terms of quality. So this is how we go for the indexing database. Is it indexed in PubMed, Medline, Medical Life Sciences, or is it Scopus, Web of Sciences? So definitely it will be more visibility. So we have Medline, so all of us, we know that how to search, and definitely you can say that you can register in an account, or you can have a PubMed tutorial also that's in mobile. So these are facilities, our online help is there. So we train all this database, how you check, like Cochrane Library, or you say the conference proceeding also, till today, basically when you search anything, you need to know till today what is available. Maybe you check in the morning, but in the evening, you have 800 more articles in a PubMed, in a database. So even what is going on in a clinical trial, like in India, we check CTRI or clinical trial group. Every country's have a registration is there. So that is what we look for it. Definitely, we rely on the Scopus or MBase, European database. But here, important point is, digital object identifier. So all permanent identification is there. So it is accurate citation and tracking is there, all this article. And second thing is enhanced credibility. Once you do that, definitely it is enhanced credibility, and it is a global dissemination. What do you want? Today you are here, but you are visible globally. And that is what we have to do. So we have a criteria for indexing. It's a rigorous peer review process, regular timely publication, adherent. So one of these, when you apply to PubMed, what are the criteria they look for it? So when on June 1st, you get a report of your impact factor, it says that how many articles have been published from India and all the continent. They put that criteria, all the continent, how many articles from US, how many articles from Europe, and all the continent. And that is why you also keep a editorial policy that all the people who are in the editorial board, where they are from, what is their expertise. So this is also very important to look at. But here it is problem is indexing is proliferation of predatory journal. Morning somebody said about predatory journal. Do you know, like somebody said in front of subdivision, there is a board, you pay this amount of money, then there is a thesis. I went to one place of Nasik for a accreditation of hospital. I think they might have checked my name, and they could find I'm an editor in 3 journals. And they said that we are also publishing. Then I said, okay, I wanted to see that. Finally, I came to know that they only do thesis work. So this is going to have a wrong impression. Our student will not learn because they outsource with paying money for a thesis. And thesis ready-made, they submitted it. So this is a huge concern if you look at the future. So this is how manipulation of indexing, delayed indexing, pay to publish. So that is why if you say you're a middleman, what is your contribution? You should be in the forefront. Because if you say middle, I'm going to do it, you are nowhere, right and left, then it is not acceptable. But coming to governance, you say we have a policy. Dr. Rajiv said that we can identify this is a wrong data. Because if you look at the regulator purview, what they said, when they assess, they say no action is indicated. And if there is an honest mistake, what he refer young person who did wrong without intentional, they say voluntary action is indicated. But if you falsify, they say official action is indicated. This is 3 criteria you have to look for. No action, everything perfect, we follow the policy, and voluntary action if there is an honest mistake. But honest, if you falsify, and definitely official action is indicated. So this is how balance between academic freedom and accountability should be there. So this is how we go for a governance, how you're going to implement. So definitely you have a peer review. There is a question, how many people will go for a peer review? Usually you have a policy 2 reviewer in that, So, but there is a contraindication, you go to another 2 reviewers. So there is no number, but you are convincing as an editor that this data is authenticated, data integrity, and all this study have been done as per stipulated, guideline. Based on that, you are going to recommend. So this is how we go for a publication ethics committee and guideline. Definitely, we can have a policy for Indian policy, how funding decision of affecting journal quality and access. So is there any provision of the government that you can apply to the journal? Apply to the journal, from the journal. I wanted to improve, can you get a grant? There is no policy, but you can make an application. As I said, we had a couple of meetings, so we can do that. Indexing standard influenced by governor policy, so there should be governor policy. Like you say, today you take a flight. So there is no regulation of flight ticket. COVID, it was restricted to 20,000. From Chandigarh to Delhi, I spent maybe 50,000 rupees many times. There is no regulation. So once you have the regulation, it needs to be implemented. Why can't you stop the predatory journal? Because it's a mechanism, you put it in portal, you pay 1,000 rupees, and you get the number, and that's how they're running. All this website, it is looking like authentication, like they'll say claim, we have a 5 impact factor, but journal started last year only. How can you have a 5 impact factor? So that is why we train the student, how do you identify predatory journal? So this is how objective of preventing predatory journal, protect researcher. Many times we go for an interview, and they are very happy that we publish 30 paper, and 90% paper in predatory journal, and it get rejected. Okay, so this is how establish uniform standard across the institute. It's the institute responsibility also. You put it in annual report. Why didn't you check that how many predatory journal you publish? And that should be, communicated to the people who are working. Improve global credibility. So definitely all these steps need to be taken. So there is a scope for application, like all university ethical. Like today, if you look at our infrastructure, we have 900 medical colleges. Even CSR 38 institute, ICMR 34 institute, 1,400 plus university. So why we cannot make an uniform policy? We have an NMC, we have a UGC, all this, even Pharmacy Institute 2000, PCA is there, Nursing Council. So we need to, so can you prevent redundant publication? So if you look at the Jeffrey, they say pathology in publishing. So he put the checklist, how do you identify predatory journal? So this is how predatory journal, but if you know that I work in pharmacology, I know 150 journalists there. So before I make a project, I always said, I'm going to publish in journal. You work on neuro, so you need to know that what are the journal is there. So that is what it should be there. But that when you do a casual approach, and you say that I'm not able to publish, it's a casual approach. Moment to read that, something right in the textbook, something in the figure, and obviously when you need to check the plagiarism. And even if you get it like that, still it is accepted, your skin is safe. So core principle is that you have a transparency, APC, and editorial policy and peer review. And second thing is accountability sharing and quality quantity assessment, because we have to give an importance to the quality of the journal. So it is also responsibility of institute. Like ICMR has released the guideline for publication policy. And that is for the ICMR institute. Every institute, they have a research integrity officer. So couple of days back, I had gone for an investigation because of issue. So I called the research integrity officer because the claim in the newspaper was that it is fraud. So I had taken an undertaking from research integrity officer. So this thing to me, so there is a required clearance of submission, integrate ethics training, so all these practice should be there. So this is how researcher responsibility. Obviously what you do, you follow your guideline, according to guideline, you take approval for all the regulatory authority, whether it is clinical research or experimental research, and that is why role of the library is that, like today, students submit a thesis. It's a library responsibility to check the plagiarism. We have an institute guideline, it should be less than 17%. If you send a paper, less than 10%. But please remember that you check plagiarism in the morning, you get 9%. You're going to write to the editor that I checked plagiarism by this software, this person, I got 9%. You are also requested to check the plagiarism because evening you check, there's a different result. And that is why it is very important to look at. So can you have a regulatory approach or in a national body, like you have an UGC, ICMR, NMC, PCI, all of them need to be integrated. Then only you can say that issue in the national journal waitlist, how many journalists there? Today, if I ask that, why can't you take a step to stop predatory journal? You get a mail, you pay 3,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees, people publish it because they're in a hurry. But this comes negative impact when you go for any forum. So that is what collaborate and with the Scopus and PubMed. So definitely we have a monitoring in an institute level or mandatory review for publication, independent peer review, or use analytic for database detection. So these are enforcement should be there. As I say, policy is there, but it is not practically implemented. So that should be there. So blacklisting publishing journal or publisher also. That in India, if I take an example of pharmacology, how many societies is there? I used to do it, 28 society. And there is no integration. If you ask a publisher how many association of the publisher, maybe more than 5 or 10. So it is also not integrated. So if you start a journal, so definitely there is an undertaking because when you go for a number, so publishing house is legally accountable. So this is how legal angle is come. But as I said in the morning, it is the awareness. What earlier speaker said, even, sorry, I'll take 5 minutes. Even senior professor, they are not aware about publication. So you need to create an awareness. So this is how we follow global platform, COP guideline, or you say WME, or you say, International Committee for Medical Journal Editor, but we have an ICMR guideline. So we can adopt in the institute ICMR guideline as they created a research integrity officer. All this research, it has been scrutinized. But coming to AI, how you're going to accept? You check plagiarism by a software, but can you check AI? So when we had a meeting, it says that person who is writing on ChatGPT and AI, they're going to give a declaration because right now there is no method to check. But once you read, you get to know that it has been prepared by ChatGPT and AI. So this is how it says, but you say that all over, anything novel, you get an importance. I'll just give you an example. There's a medical officer from Maharashtra. He had written a paper, original paper, on scopiobite. It was sent to IGMR journal, half an hour it was rejected. Then he sent to the Lancet. Lancet only said, can you allow us to improve English? He said yes, and it was published. So we have to think of critical thinking, but if I give an example of an undergraduate student published in internal medicine, one of this archive of internal medicine, 20 impact factors, simple idea. And that is why novelty is important. If you give a chemotherapy, he developed a device of reducing temperature, and it was published in archive of internal. So let's come to the reality. Okay? You say rank 81 global innovation index in 2005. Then 54 position out of 56 for global innovation. rank 120 of 145, you know, this is not to take it a negative one. We need to understand our reality, okay? And that's how, if you look at that intellectual property, you go to medical college, you ask a simple question, how do you get a novelty certificate? They'll not be able to tell you, okay? So this also need to be encouraged. So if you look at this picture, we contribute only 4%. We have 1,400 universities, so many medical colleges, we contribute. And even if you take an example of knowledge index, you know, number one is Switzerland, US, Sweden, UK, and Asian country, Switzerland is number one. So if you take it, you know, how much we contribute? 1.38%. And that's how, if you look at the Asian countries, India contribute 4.9%. So whole thing is taken up by China, this area also. So this is how we go for it. Even national academies say that, can you make it an annual report? How much you have done the research for, you know, cancer, particular cancer. So this is how many of us, we actually publish in predatory journal. So this is, you need to look at from, you know, this data, that how many of us actually publish in predatory journal. And obviously we train the student, you know, can you go to the website? You get to know that if you plan for an experimental study, what guideline, national guideline, international guideline, but we can create a bigger forum. We had a meeting, IJP, BJP, not BJP you are thinking, it is British Journal of Pharmacology. So if you can collaborate, you know, I happen to be chairman of IUPAR for 4 years. We did a seminar on gender variability. How do you do clinical trial for male, female, and others? We could publish in pharmacology research next day. So this need to be international collaboration should be there. And definitely I just like to conclude, we can build a policy, but that policy need to be implemented, you know, strictly on an institutional level. So you can look at future net equitable funding, transparency, indexing, and the governance, and definitely collaboration is very important. So that's how we do stable mind. But you know that if you present anything, whether it is deer or is it tiger, can you make it beautiful presentation so that it will be accepted? And you also see that, you know, have you seen double hump camel? You get only in Leh or Nubra Valley or in Iran. So we are working on it. So what I'm trying to say is take any opportunity and do it practically. We have been working, so they carry almost 300 kilogram to that top hill in 13 minutes. And that's how we put it. So thank you very much, and this is our website, and this is my group. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, a thought-provoking one, I should say, as we reflect upon the future of medical publishing in India. Due to paucity of time, I think we'll be able to take just one question from the audience. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. I am Dr. Harleen Kaur. I am the editor of Indian Journal of Research in Homeopathy, sir. This is a Scopus Index journal from Ministry of Ayush. This is one journal. Sir, it took us a great deal to get Scopus Index, and we are now working on Web of Science indexing for, I would say, last 1 year. And journal indexing is not an easy job, sir. And I think in India, the paradox is that most of the medical researchers are basically, even the medical editors, they are either medical doctors or scientists, full-time doctors and scientists, who are additionally giving the journal's responsibility. I think here, Government of India can really intervene and give us a lot of hand-holding here, because like for Web of Science, if I am trying, I know that I would have to suffer an embargo of 1 year if my, my application is not found in order, which actually, and if you go into the indexing, the intricacies that they want on your website, only on website right now I'm talking about, they're just very many. They are just limitless, So the points that we don't even know, we are ignorant, not because it's not a malpractice, we just don't even know. So I think here, if there's something that the policy, that you're talking about can be helped with, because owners, just like you're saying, what gives us a lot of database, agreed, it's a very welcome decision. But then unless the editors are, given some consultancy, there are many journals, many Indian Indian medical journals. I request you to put your question in
So
is there something that we can do about that? Because good journals are losing out only because they don't have much guidance on indexing. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. You have rightly answered that, indexing is a visibility and quality. As he already said that you have to respond in 3 words. not beyond few words. So definitely what important point is when you go for indexing, that point is coming, are you regularly publishing on time? Second thing is editorial board. Is it all the content is reflecting with the expertise? So that two point is there, and even a past, when you publish regularly, what is the impact of the article, you know? So based on that, you can get in. Obviously, it takes time, so 1.5 years and 2 years, but you will be successful. Thank you very much.
So one small question I have, like, what's your take upon India developing its own credible indexing system to complement the global ones?
So
what would you say?
I have already mentioned a couple of databases they have created. One nation, one subscription. So this is going to create, because as you can go on, like we talked about economy, 5th largest, you know, 4th largest, 2027 maybe 3rd largest. So we need to create that. You need to create that, and it should be have a global acceptability. When we create, it should have a global acceptability, but at the same time we have a data integrity and
on one hand,
data
we are
security.
like there are many structural gaps. Indian journals are still struggling to get indexed in PubMed, Scopus, etc. And with a vision of, you know, that as you discussed, Atmanirbhar Bharat and all, I think this would be
this is going to help
the
us.
future.
This is going to help us, yeah. So this is recently created, only last year only. So it will take around 3 years' time to get all the data, and that only you can go ahead.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for an excellent session, sir. I request everybody to give him a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
So I think we are doing reasonable well with time. Still, we are running a little late. My intention was to still make it up, but let me invite Dr. Soumya Panda. It's my honor. He's going to speak on the practical innovations in editorial workflows from submission to publication. And may I invite moderators Dr. Sarman Singh and Dr. M. Raman to please come and also introduce Dr. Pandya.
Good morning. If this was a group of dermatologists, Shom Panda would require no introduction, but since we are a group of editors and people in editing, let me focus my introduction on what he has done as in that field. Shomo Panda served as editor-in-chief of the IJDVL, the Indian Journal of Dermatology, Venereology and Leprology, which is a leading biomedical journal. He did it for 6 years, including through the COVID time. And he was, I think one of the features that I found very interesting about his stewardship was that he was uncompromising in his belief that authors should not need to pay at any stage and that there should be no payment wall for readers. I know personally that there were some issues, particularly in negotiating with some publishers that he faced because of this, but he never moved on that principle. I think it's also fair to say that the IJDVL, which is now published by Scientific Scholar, that many elements in the manuscript platform were shaped or influenced by the demands that Shomo Panda made based on the editorial workflow that he was following in his journal. And it is that he will speak to us about this morning, and it is my pleasure to welcome him to go ahead with his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Raman, for that hugely expansive introduction. I thank Scientific Scholar for calling me here to give this presentation on practical innovations in editorial workflow. Now, why do we need to innovate? I think those of us who have been following the series of lectures from the morning, this needs hardly, and those who are in this editing business and in the publishing, this hardly requires any kind of an introduction. The major disrupting forces, as are pretty evident, are the rise of the preprints, particularly from the COVID era, where a large amount of data needed to be published in a record time, for which the traditional conventional publishing module was rendered inefficient. Then the rise of the artificial intelligence, which has posed innumerable challenges to traditional publishing. This has also been discussed, and both of these impinging on the peer review system as we know it, and the unsustainability of the peer review system basically influencing in ways which was not thinkable, and sort of stimulating the preprints, the rise of the preprints and the rise of artificial intelligence. So, why do we say that the peer review system as we know it is unsustainable? Now, a 2016 study suggested that 20% of scientists did between 69 and 94% of the reviewing in the previous year. Now, this follows exactly the Pareto principle, which basically means that 80% of outcome in any system is due to 20% of the inputs of the source, right. So, I mean, as far as the Pareto principle is concerned, this is exactly what is expected, and that is what is happening, and this is not going to change very substantially. And there is a humongous contribution of man hours. The basic problem in a sentence was identified by Stephen Penfield, that the peer review pool is much smaller than the author pool, and that's exactly which is causing all these innumerable, or unprecedented crisis that we might say. And just to give one example of this crisis, just take a look at this one. I apologize because I had to take in one example in which I feature personally, but I found that to be unavoidable. So, when we did a simple Gemini search of network meta-analysis with choice models. Now, network meta-analysis is one of my areas of interest in which I am currently working on. And this is what I mean to say, that particularly in niche areas where there is a gross lack of reviewership or reviewers, this is what is happening. And then when we sort of deep searched it and asked Gemini to produce a review, Gemini gave this full article, probabilistic choice models as an alternative to conventional ranking in network meta-analysis, and they gave 6 seminal papers, of which the first 2 were published in preprints, ARXIV. Of the 2, the second one, of which I am also a co-author, is still not published. It is in an advanced stage of publication in a prominent Nature affiliated journal, but it is still not published, and as you can imagine, this has already been cited. And there are documentations or articles or data published in ARXIV, BioRxiv or MedRxiv, which have literally thousands of citations and which have not been published in the journals at all. So, this is the contour of the crisis that we are speaking about. So, how do we find a new equilibrium in scholarly publishing? My contention is that we have to use AI as an augmentative tool, not as a disrupting force. It will have its disruptive actions, no doubt, but we have to make use of it as an augmentative force, where it balances human intellect with scalable efficiency. Now, Dr. Ramam introduced our role in the curating the editorial and review processes in IJDVL. This was what the IJDVL review process was when I laid down my tenure, and this was the full editorial process. Now, of which the initial, the triage editing, unfortunately had to be abandoned later on, because of it was utilizing a great deal of time. Now, what I mean to say, otherwise it is more or less still intact. The current editor-in-chief of IJDVL is also in the audience. I mean, she can correct me over here, but as far as I can understand, this is more or less intact, other than the triage editing thing is not there. My point is that with such a kind of intricate workflow, and definitely because since the triage editing was lopped off, there has been improvement in the editorial processing. But the editorial processing cannot be, I repeat, reduced so much so that we can be a viable alternative to preprint system. It just cannot be. So, we have reached an inflection point. So, where do we think that the AI would be an enabler? In the automated checks immediately after submission, in the language editing part of it, and what are the cons? The cons will always be the integrity risks, the paper mills that have been pointed out by more than one speaker, the misconduct that it gives rise to, and the peculiar language, the tortured phrases, which all of us have been accustomed to, right? Now, interestingly, though this is, must be known to many in the audience, but I would like to flesh out the emerging AI ecosystem within the publication world. There are publishing initiatives, most prominently by organizations like Wiley or Springer Nature, where they have collaborative bodies like the STM Future Lab. There are AI companies like AuthorPilot or Penelope AI, who provide for comprehensive manuscript pre-submission checks. There are tools for advanced research discovery and literature synthesis. Systems like PaperPal and Yomu, which have sophisticated academic writing assistants, and there are even specialized integrity tools like Profig, which can detect image manipulation, and Dimensions Author Check, which can flag authorship risks. What I propose here is an AI copilot system. Mind you, this copilot is not the same as the copilot within inverted commas, which we are accustomed with. We are calling it a copilot as a shorthand term, so don't be mistaken between the two. And this should be built, or this can be built on a modular architecture with a suite of specialized AI services targeting distinct stages of the peer review workflow, including the initial editorial triage, intelligent reviewer discovery, deep manuscript integrity analysis, and synthesis of reviewer feedback. So, we define it as a supplementary tool where it will empower the human reviewers to focus on judgment, novelty, and significance. The human centricity of this approach is not just lip service or an ethical concession, but a strategic imperative for successful implementation. What will be the ethical and policy framework of such an AI assisted system or module? It has to follow the ethical and policy parameters which have arisen from consensus from COPE and the major publishers. The two pillars of principles will be transparency and accountability. For concerns regarding confidentiality, no public AI tools may be used for manuscript processing, and the human reviewers must remain fully responsible for taking any final call at every stage. So, these are the policy parameters which are followed by COPE and the major publishers. We all know that as an author and as a reviewer, in reviewing, we cannot basically utilize AI, though Wiley does not completely categorically specify such prohibition. So, what are the operational guardrails for utilizing AI in manuscript processing? What are the permissible uses for augmentation? Language and readability improvement, in literature search, and in technical and integrity checks. And which are the no-go areas? Any subjective assessment or evaluative content generation, no decision making, and obviously the AI cannot take part in any data or image generation. There is a subtle nuance here which I would like to call your attention to. The existing policies, while clear on prohibiting AI from making final assessments, are often less specific about using AI to generate evidence for human assessment. Now, this distinction creates the operational space for the AI copilot. For instance, an AI generated report that states, quote unquote, the p-value reported on page 5 is inconsistent with the data presented in table 3 is not a subjective judgment of the paper's quality, but rather a factual and verifiable observation. Now, for discovering this, the human reviewer has to have the expertise and has to have the time and has to have considerable, but to the AI, which is properly trained and properly prompted, it can make this call in a jiffy. That is what I mean by an AI augmented reviewing on editorial system. The copilot must be meticulously designed to produce only these types of evidence-based outputs. The user interface and all reports must frame this information as data for consideration or potential issues for review, ensuring that the human expert remain the sole arbiter of the significance and implication of the AI's findings. So, as I told before, there would be 4 pillars of this modular architecture, and the focus must be on explainability at every stage. It cannot be a black box or opaque AI system where the AI is not constrained to, explain why it tells what it tells. It has to tell, at every step, it has to explain why it tells what it tells, and transparency. So these are the underlying AI technologies which can assist in scope analysis, reviewer recommendation, claim verification, consort or prisma or strobe check, image manipulation detection and review summarization. We already have the underlying AI technology based mostly on natural language processing and inference. So the editorial triage, I mean the technical check, the scope analysis, whether it fits into the journal scope, it can be analyzed using natural language processing, and so is the journal guidance compliance, initial integrity screening including plagiarism, authorship checks, disclosures based on the ORCID IDs and so on can all be checked, and this can hugely reduce the editorial triage time. So this is a graphic by which this can be done. Then the reviewer discovery, now the semantic search, this has very much redefined the whole process compared to a keyword based system, but, and I know because I also happen to have edited and a reviewer for the frontier group of journals where they do a semantic search known as IRA, but still I get requests to guest edit on subjects like say gynecology and obstetrics, in which I am no specialist. So this is not the be all and end all, and that's what why I say that it has to be a human in the loop system. The humans must take the final call, and if you let the AI do, in spite of all the technological advancements, it will cause a mess up. So similarly, conflict of interest detection, and there it can be done by the AI according to our current technological advancement, and there has to be an interactive dashboard for editors where the editors can always communicate. There must be bilateral communication. So this is how we can do it. The integrity analysis, the claim verification can be done with natural language inference, and the LLMs can do the consort, prisma or strobe compliance checks at 80 to 90% accuracy. There are already studies which have proved it. There can be to test cross-modal consistency with text, data and image. For example, text to data verification, like this is very important, like numerical values and claims made in the text. For example, an increase in 50% and the corresponding data present in table and figures, all of which require a very shrewd eye on behalf of the even trained human editors and reviewers, can be done by the AI, a properly trained and prompted AI in a jiffy. And image integrity analysis and data and statistical consistency, including programs that apply principles like Benford's law to screen for anomalies in the data distribution that might intricate fabrication. That can be done. There are already programs. So this is, in nutshell, the contour of the AI-assisted content evaluation. Finally, the stage for synthesis and decision. The argument mining of reviews using a topology based on established data sets like Ampere. The propositions can be categorized into types such as evaluation, request, fact, reference and quote, multi-document summarization for meta review, and for any AI generated output, be it a flagged inconsistency, a reviewer suggestion, or a summarized point of conflict, the system must provide a transparent, auditable trail back to the source evidence. The generation of a rationally, the use of SHAP values to show world level contributions, and the extractions of specific argumentative propositions are all manifestations of this principle. So, a seamless integration with the editorial management system, an API first design, an user interface and user experience for transparency and trust, and finally, training, phased rollouts and continuous feedback system must be part of the human in the loop implementation strategy. An API first development approach is essential because this will enable an EMS to make calls to the copilot to trigger specific analysis. For example, run integrity check on manuscript so and so and receive the results as structured data to display within the native EMS interface. It can be a multi-layered integration strategy. Now, let me tell that the EMS platforms like Scholar One provide developer APIs and notification services that are designed to facilitate precisely this type of third-party integration, and this can be not easily, but is eminently doable in our publication or editorial manuscript management systems too. Designing for trust, UI UX principles for transparent and interpretable AIs. The explainability, as I said, it should not be any black box or opaque AI system. So, every piece of information generated by the AI must be transparent and auditable. Any flagged inconsistency, for example, must not only state the issue, but also provide a direct clickable link to the specific sentences, numbers or images in the manuscripts that triggered the flag. Confidence scoring, where technically feasible AI outputs should be presented with confidence scores or probability indicators. The interface must be user guided for exploration, not just consumption. The reviewer discovery dashboard, for instance, should allow editors to filter results, adjust weighting parameters for different criteria, for example, semantic relevance versus reviewer speed, and immediately see how their choices impact the recommendations. And embedded user education, the UI will incorporate contextual help features such as tooltips, hotspots, and brief interactive walkthrough guides. The academic community, of course, presents unique barriers to technological adoption, including a lack of technical training, institutional resistance to change, and legitimate ethical concerns. So, the initial deployment of any AI-assisted module should be targeted and strategic, starting with a small number of receptive journals and committed editorial teams who can act as champions for the system. And there must be a continuous feedback loop. The system must be designed for continuous improvement based on user feedback. Of course, there will always be risks, algorithmic bias, hallucinations, misuse or breaches, but there are ways to mitigate all these risks like fairness audits, source grounded outputs, and strong cybersecurity protocols. So, this is in short, in a nutshell, the risks and the ways to mitigate. So, what would be the long term vision for such a system? Predictive analysis for bottlenecks. Over time, the copilot will be able to generate an unprecedented structured data sets about the peer review process itself. A version of the triage and integrated analysis modules could be offered to authors as a pre-submission service. should be enhanced reproducibility checks. Future versions could move beyond checking reporting guidelines for performing more substantive reproducibility analysis. And finally, we could have a seamless human AI synergy for future publishing. So to conclude, any such AI assisted system should augment, not replace human reviewers. It would ensure rigor, efficiency and integrity. Human in the loop will ensure accountability. And finally, it would go a long way in enhancing trust in scholarly publishing ecosystem. If not the only way, it is certainly a great alternative route to consider in the current existential crossroads of scholarly publishing. I acknowledge the role of Dr. Dipayan Sengupta, my young compatriot, who is a hugely talented dermatologist colleague who has helped flesh out the contours of the AI Copilot system that I have currently just now envisaged. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. Wonderful talk, lot of information to digest, and very importantly, Copilot. And I think scientific scholars should think seriously. But before I open the session for the questions, I think the bottom line, all editors, I am also editor, section editor for PLOS NTD, which is handled by editorial manager. So everybody knows, if you see from the point of view of as a teacher, a professor, or the author, that decision has to be, you highlighted that the decision has to be as quick as possible. But you again highlighted that everybody knows it also, that finding reviewer is a real difficult. Why I highlighted that I am also section editor of PLOS and PLOS NTD. So this is not for Indian journals, this problem.
No, it can be
across. This is across. So, and sometimes for PLOS NTD, I find that 30 reviewers, 40 reviewers, and none agrees sometimes. Sometimes even first can agree. So that is really very nice. And I think you very nicely, your topic was workflow. Finding reviewer is very important. And again, sometimes some of the reviewers, as Dr. Rajiv was asked that how many reviewers, and then his answer was very right, that sometimes some reviewers, they will just write very good study, accept, nothing. And some will write useless study, reject. I think when these reviews and these things, they go for indexing, when madam was asking, that all these, they are evaluated by the indexing agencies. So I think you have to act. Bottom line is that the editor has to act on these issues. There is also, as I said, from Indian experience and from the editorial manager experience, there is a huge Western bias. We know it. So sometimes if your journal name obviously is Indian somewhere, and then you send for review outside, they will not accept. Even if they accept to review sometimes, then obviously the comments will be sometimes, what will be. On the other hand, when sometimes the journals sometimes if you are reviewer from, say for example, Lancet or NEJM, you give very honest opinion, but your opinion as a reviewer when you talk, not as editor. These editors, they will not consider your viewpoint so strongly. So that is also there. So editor-wise, reviewer-wise, all these are there. But I think pertaining to your talk, I think workflow he has very nicely explained, and I think for that the scientific scholars should think seriously about the Copilot. I am not very expert in the AI, even though everybody knows that AI is the topic these days everywhere in the medicine or the editorial procedures. This is really the future. So I think with these comments, I think we can take maybe one question. Very significant. Yeah.
I think there are many questions online for Dr. Panda. Thank you for wonderful. So one of them says that if the AI acting as a reviewer gets the scientific feedback, improve the manuscript, and submit to a journal, is this ethically correct?
No, as I said, that the AI cannot give any recommendations or AI cannot make any judgment call. That has to be, AI can only point out any factual discrepancy. For making any recommendation positive or negative, it has to be the human editor or human reviewer. That is something we need to be absolutely spot on. And regarding Dr. Singh's comments, I will totally agree with them. And in fact, that is why I think we have to look towards a system of an AI-assisted editorial manuscript managing system. I will again call attention to my own experience. The example that I gave in the very beginning, one article which has been in the preprint since last year has still not been, we have not been able to publish. For getting 2 reviewers, because it's a very niche area. For getting the first reviewer, it needed to go to 30 reviewers, because it's in a journal where we can track how many reviewers it has gone to. And for getting 2 reviews, it took us 40 reviewers, 42 in fact. So that is the problem. And that is where I think AI can come to our rescue.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, one question.
Hi, please. Yeah.
Sir, reputed journals like Lancet or BMJ and all, in New England Medical Journal, how many of them have got are they using any kind of AI tools?
As I said, as far as I can understand, the Scholar one, this has got a beta tool that is only for training. As far as I know, there is no publication system or manuscript management system that has fully utilized. It is still on a training basis, and interested editors might use it if somebody is interested. But I am not aware of any journal or any manuscript managing system which have introduced them already or are already using it extensively.
So can we conclude, like,
I think it is a big call. What your question is, or rather suggestion, it is a big call. I think all editors, they should take call, because whether it is a nature group or the Elsevier, nobody openly says that we are okay with the AI.
Absolutely.
So that is there. I think it is a big call. Dr. Panda, I agree. And Dr. Rajiv also said that I think 2 editors they are saying, but I think all editors and the publisher also, we should take call, because internationally so far, because there is no limit. Once you allow AI, there is no limit. That is the bottom line. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the workshop and the conference is going very well. There's a lot of interest online as well as from the audience right here. I am totally thrilled to see that. So this is the most important pre-lunch event which we are going to do, and that concerns Professor Samran Nandi, surgeon, scholar, and a reformer, and we are very honored to have him among us today. We are here to honor him for his lifetime legacy of mentorship, integrity, and scholar excellence. He did his medical undergraduate training in Cambridge and Guy's Hospital, London. you know that they are very, very eminent and very prestigious institutions in the world. Further training in medicine and surgery at the Guy's Hospital, London, and Addenbrooke's, Cambridge, and then Hammersmith Hospital, London, and then he went on to Boston in Massachusetts General Hospital, which is the premier institution of the Harvard system. He taught at the universities of Cambridge, London, and Harvard, returned to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in 1975, became professor and head of the Department of Gastrointestinal Surgery, left AIIMS in 1996 to establish the Department of Surgical Gastroenterology and Liver Transplantation at Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi. He was always involved with the clinical and research expertise in surgical management of liver, bowel, and pancreatic diseases. He has published more than 429 research papers and 55 medical books, co-drafted the Transplantation of Human Organ Act of 1995 and that landmark legislation on brain death and organ donation. So you know that now selling the kidney, which I was thinking of, is illegal, my own kidney. Advocated for quality medical research and integrity in publishing and ethical practice. He is the founding editor of the National Medical Journal of India, Tropical Gastroenterology, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics, Current Medicine Research and Practice, served on 24 international editorial boards, including BMJ, co-chair of BMJ South Asia Editorial Board. He has been awarded Padam Shri by the Government of India for his contribution to medical education in this country in 1985. Emeritus Consultant and Trustee of Sir Gangaram Hospital, advisor to the Government of Meghalaya on health issues. He is President of the AIIMS Rishikesh, or Vice Chancellor, President, Spastic Society of India, and with that, it is my great honor to invite him on stage. We will be honoring him with the shawl first and then the plaque. May I invite Dr. Nandi to kindly come to the stage. May I invite all the VIPs in the sofa to kindly come and participate in honoring him with the shawl of honor. Please join me. Nalini and Kripa, please join. Pritesh. Huh? We are honoring him only, right here. May I have the shawl, please? So, I think there are two ladies here. Come this side. Nalini, come on the other side. And go behind and honor him. Can I have the plaque, please? So, the scientific scholar and the conference, on everybody's behalf, we are honored to offer him the plaque. And the citation reads, Editorial Workshop on Medical Publishing Ethics, New Delhi, September 20, 2025, proudly honors Professor Samaran Nandi, honoring a lifetime legacy of mentorship integrity, and scholarly excellence. Thank you, sir, for all your contribution. Pritesh, can we have the pen, the gift pen? No, sir, you hold it, hold it. Everybody, please come and hold it. Come. Please lend your hand. Bakshi sir, come here. Sir, आप आइए. So we, as a editor, I'm sure he loves writing. So we are very honored to gift him a personalized pen with his name engraved from the Schaeffer, which is an American company, but owned by an Indian company. That's the advancement, and I hope he will enjoy this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We'll put this in the bag, everything for you.
I'll take my flowers.
Hold on. So, as usual, I think I'm creating a lot of goof-ups today. And one of the big goof-up I have created is that Dr. Nandi's son and grandson, could you kindly stand up, please, so that people can know who you are? And if you can join us here, please come. No. So they thank you for coming, and I apologize for my goof up. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
तुम्हारी रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत है. He wants everybody to bow to him, sir. I did call them, ma'am. They don't. And we'll put all this in your bag and put it in the car for you. The car.
My son's car.
You're going in his car?
Yeah.
अच्छा,
They can come for lunch, no?
जब सर तो ये प्रत्यक्ष उनके बड़े लड़के को सारा इनका जो है ये शॉल भी पैक करके बैग में डाल दीजिए. आइए, everybody should join the lunch. So please come and enjoy the lunch. Okay, come, please.
She yelled at us so much.
So I'm happy. I'm so happy she yelled at. Please. She is important. Please come, please come. Oh, flower love. आइए ना, आप इधर आइए सर, प्लीज इधर आइए. When you have come, please come here. सर आप आइए ना. आप आइए. हाँ सर. Again, one more time, you have to hold it for the photo. Thank you, sir. आइए, रखो. Please join us for the lunch. उनको पता lunch लगा देंगे. And we have about 40 minutes for lunch. I will see you back again. And those who are on stream, on the streaming, we will join after 40 minutes.
Wonderful.
I think we can
good afternoon. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. And before you guys fall into postprandial hypoglycemia, because the portal vein is going to shunt all the blood to liver from brain, and you all will become hypoxic. Before you sleep, it's my honor to invite Dr. Sunny Gupta, who is Director of Publishing with Scientific Scholar, and may I invite the moderators, Dr. Alok Kumar Singh and Dr. Vipul Yagnik, to kindly come and introduce the speaker and take over the session. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Sunny Gupta, who is 19th rank holder in All India Medical Entrance Examination, which is very proud. And his publications are related on the editorial on ethical journal publishing and journal. He worked with various publishing, international publishing house earlier, like Time Publishing. At present, he is working with the Scientific Scholar. He has a very deep understanding of medical publishings and medical ethics regulation relating to the medical research publishing. Over to Dr. Sunny.
Thank you, Dr. Alok, and thanks Dr. Vipul also for joining as moderators. Firstly, I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Vikram Dogra. Am I audible? Hello? Yeah. Yes, so firstly, I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Vikram Dogra for conceptualizing this workshop conference, and thanks to Pritesh and Krupa for really putting their hard efforts to organize this event, and thanks everyone here for attending and joining us today. So I will start. Can we get on the slides, please? Yeah, so I would be speaking on the metrics, impact, and the visibility of medical journals, and I would try to touch in the key topics that really concerns the medical journal editors, the authors, and also the reviewers. So basically, when we talk about metrics, the first two portals that really come into mind are Embase and Scopus. These are highly metric-driven portals. They are both run by Elsevier, and they have different grades of a competitive entrance into the same. Embase is a comparatively easier portal to get in, but when I say easier, it is not that very easy to get in. It is also very competitive to get selected. They have a long waiting list at present, which even spans to over 6 months to 12 months. But if once you get in, it gives a very stronger visibility for your journal in terms of your global landscape. And selection into Embase is not hard dependent on the content that you publish, but it is mainly governed by the overall representation of your parenting body and the periodicity, if you are maintaining correctly for the first 3 volumes that you publish, you can of course compete after that. On the other hand, the big brother is Scopus. This is one of the toughest portals to get in at present, having an 89% of rejection rate worldwide. But once you get into Scopus, you get a wide array of metrics that I will touch on in subsequent slides. And it really gives you the overall health of your journal in real time. There are various ratios that get reflected at SkyMargo graph charts, by which you can really understand what you are really publishing and how effective are the overall publications of your journal. The next is Clarivate Analytics, Web of Science. Previously, it was owned by Thomson Reuters, but come 2015-16, Clarivate Analytics took over, and they have 2 portions of it, ESCI, that is Emerging Sources Citation Index, and Science Citation Index Expanded. At present, as a publisher, we can make an application at Emerging Sources Citation Index only. There is no application that can be done on Science Citation Index Expanded. It's an automatic upgrade of journals which are in ESCI for some years, and if they continue to perform well comparatively in their subject category, they get promoted from ESCI to SCIE, basically from quartile 3, quartile 4. If they are going into quartile 2 and quartile 1 of their subject category, they move from ESCI to SCIE, and this is the portal which gives the impact factor. Whether you are in ESCI or SCIE, you get the journal impact factor. Then comes PubMed Central. It is not a metric-driven portal. It's a purely content-driven portal. At present, having a rejection rate of 94+% globally. Now, selection in PubMed is the toughest right now, and as we have been observing in the past few years, journals who have been indexed in PubMed Central or Medline for many years have been kicked out. And this is happening across all publishers, Elsevier, Springer, Nature, Wiley, even Scientific Scholar, where we really face challenges and we have to maintain the overall standard quality year on year. So previously used to happen that once you are in there for your lifetime. So now it is not there. So editor-in-chiefs have to be on their toes, that they have to continue maintaining the standards to stay in PubMed Central. And of course, the cherry in the top of the pastry, which has a 1.4% acceptance rate, that is 98.6% rejection rate of Medline. Medline gives you medical subject headings, but whether you are indexed in PubMed Central or you are indexed in Medline, your content would be available in PubMed. PubMed is the search engine. We keep on taking thing very incorrectly कि मेरा journal PubMed indexed हो गया. PubMed में कुछ indexing नहीं होती. There is no indexing in PubMed. It is the reflection of your content through indexing in PubMed Central or Medline, and it appears in PubMed searches. So now going forward, what is the viewpoint of the indexing agencies? It is this viewpoint that we are not there to help you. We want to enrich our own database, our own portal, and if you are really good compared to the last 3 selected journals in your subject category, then you are most welcome to enrich our portal. If you are not, then bye-bye for the next 2 to 5 years. Sorry. So what do we mean by a journal metrics? It's basically the competitive metric, the competitive analysis of the journals in their particular subject category. As I said, impact factor by Clarivate or Scopus gives you the site score. Site score is the metric which is really gaining popularity globally. How we arrive at that, I will briefly also touch in the subsequent slides. But previously, it was just the impact factor, which was the comparative of a subject category ranking. But now, site score is an equally important metric. At the same time, when Clarivate gives you many other factors like eigenfactor, which are weighted metrics, I'm not dwelling into that, or the H-index. H-index is also a very strong portal, but it can be an H-index of an individual, it can be an H-index of a journal, and basically H-index is always on a progressive note. It reflects the highest number of articles having the equal highest number of citations per journal. So basically, when you determine it is the number of publication of a research or a journal has, that each has at least that many citations. So it sounds complex, but if somebody can help me answer this question. So if a researcher or a journal has the following citation count. So there are few articles published by that individual or that journal. The first has 29 citations. The second article has 17 citations. The third article has 10 citations. The fourth, 9. The fifth, 6. The next one's 2 citations, and the last one having 1 citation. So anyone from the audience, please raise your hand. If Amit bhai, aap nahi, sorry. Anyone else, what will be the H index of this journal? Yes, please. 9. इन्होंने कहा 5, किसी ने कहा 9. Yes, ma'am, आप? 1. आपने कहा 1. आपने कहा 2. 2. 1. क्या बात है सर, बताएं. 1. And the answer is 5. Why it is 5? So as the definition says, that H index is the number of publications a researcher or journal has that have each received at least that many citations. So यहाँ पे अगर हम देखें, if we look at it carefully, so 29, 17, 10, 9 and 6, these are 5 publications जिनमें हर एक में 5 citations हैं. So if instead of 2, it would have been say 7, then your H index would have been 6. Because then there would have been 6 articles having 6 citations each. यहाँ पे हमारे पास 5 articles हैं, every one of which has 5 citation each. So the H index would be 5. And H index is a progressive metric. It is the only metric which is progressive. वो बढ़ेगा ही हमेशा. Because somewhere down the line it can happen that the number 6, number 2 can go up. It can become 7, 8, so the H index would become 6. ये कम नहीं होगा. Unlike site score or impact factor, वो बढ़ते भी हैं and they can come down as well. Because they are calculated on a 2-year or a 5-year metric. So now, as I said, site score and Scopus have been gaining importance of late over the last few years as a strong competition to the impact factor. So what basically the significance is of getting indexed in Scopus? So you see that when you get indexed in Scopus or you get in Embase, your journal metric starts reflecting at the SkyMago graph charts. These are the SkyMago graph charts. There are many other charts. I've just taken a few of them. So you are seeing external sites, but sites per doc, basically reflecting the weightage of the citations that the journal is getting. International collaborations. Percentage international collaborations. What does this really mean? It reflects that the number of articles which are having authors from different countries.
If there is an article with 5 authors, one is from Uganda, one is from United States, one is from India, it contributes significantly to the international collaborations. Then comes the one of the most important metric is the citable documents versus non-citable documents. That the green figure reflects that these are the articles that you have published which are citable. Which are those? Anyone from the audience? What are the citable articles? कौन से articles citable होते हैं? Which are the citable articles? Original research, correct. Next. Review articles. The other one, third one. RCTs are type of original articles. Letters, very important, but it's a tricky way to say letters. Letters are basically non-citable items, but they become citable if they receive a citation. But before the letters, which is the third most important category of citable items? Case reports. So many editors tend to smartly convert case reports into letters to improve their impact factors. Some people are smiling at me, yes. It's a very smart strategy because case reports are citable items. आप 10 case reports publish कीजिए अपने issue में, none of them gets a citation. You will feed your denominator with 10 and your numerator gets nothing, it's a 0, it's a blunder. But at times what happens is that you can convert some of these case reports into letters. 5 को convert कर दिए. Now these 5 do not get any citations, nothing happens. Nothing goes into numerator, nothing goes into denominator, you are safe. But if they get a single citation, then they become a citable item. This is the only category which has a dynamic role. So then the numerator gets 1, the denominator gets 1. So basically you are not at loss. So letters would not harm your journal as far as the metric is concerned. अगर उनको citation मिलेगी नहीं तो nothing happens. But if they get a citation, then at least it's a 1:1 ratio, and it would be even more. More such figures. Cited documents versus uncited documents. Now, if you compare the two charts, then the green portion is the same because these are the citable items. वो जो आपने publish किए हैं, but उनमें से how many of those didn't even get a citation? That figures reflects that how many, the red one, how many non-citable items you have published. But this reflects जो green आपने publish किया है उसमें से कितनों को citations नहीं मिली. So these are very important figures. One new metric Scopus have recently brought in is the percentage of female authors. It's an excellent figure which Scopus has built in. It exists in no other portal, and it really encourages diversity in medical research because this really reflects the number of articles, percentage articles where there are female authors. It doesn't matter whether it's a first or a corresponding or they can be somewhere in the between, but should be female authors. So these are the different metrics that Scopus brings in. Now, site score versus impact factor, just very lightly touching it. Site score is taking a 3-year metric. At the same time, impact factor is taking a 2-year metric. So I have taken the metrics of a same journal. Now here you are seeing that when it comes to the calculation of the impact factor, with the same data figures, it is 1.3. You see 42, 120, 64, 60, it's the same. But जहाँ पे site score की बात आ रही है, it is going 1 year back and the result is 1.6. It can be the other way around also. It depends on the citations and the number of articles published in that given year. It can go both ways. But overall, when it comes to the gross metric comparison, site score is a much extensive metric which reflects the progression of a journal on a larger scale. But still, At present, even though site score is a growing metric which is gaining attention every passing year, but still impact factor is the metric which really gains the attention. And I am glad to have Dr. Vipul with me as a panelist among all the journals of scientific scholar. This year in JCR, he has been the real Yuvraj Singh, hitting 6 sixes and 6 balls with the impact factor having an 175% of growth for him. So big hand for Dr. Vipul, going from 0.4 to 1.1. Dr. Vipul, what magic really happened? Kya tantra, kaise hua? How did that happen?
Sunny, actually it's not a magic. Actually, it's a teamwork that our editorial team has given. In addition to editorial team, I would like to thank authors also for providing quality articles. Now the strategy, what our team has implemented, so we are looking at the content quality first, that is the criteria. Second thing helps us is our academic leadership. Academic leadership means our editors in chief. Third thing we follow is rigorous, expert-driven and timely peer review system that helps us a lot. Fourth thing is editorial integrity and ethics. And fifth thing is visibility. Because of indexing and open access, we have a very good visibility. In nutshell, suppose if we want to tell a success of GJMP BU, I'll say is a teamwork, transparency and academic integrity. That's all.
Perfect, Dr. Vipul. So basically for some of the young editors who just interacted with me, when you are starting a journal, please do understand that the first few years are going to be a lot of struggle, but with sincere hard work, dedication, things really turn into your favor. And same goes for our veteran editors who are competing at the top of the competition, that they have to keep putting in their efforts to stay at the top of their game. So again, very briefly, Scopus, Web of Science, citation windows, 3 years, 2 years, document types, site score takes everything into count, whereas Clarivate takes original articles, reviews, case reports, and of course the way they can be accessed. Now the Holy Grail. Doctor, before I talk about Holy Grail, Dr. Alok, you are the editor-in-chief of Heart India, and you are also the editor-in-chief of Medicine India, 2 journals at 2 different interfaces of their journey. We are still dependent on overseas portal, and whether you are editing already a top-rated recognized journal, or you are in a struggling phase, you are still having a lot of difficulties to get into PubMed Central, what is the Holy Grail. So how you see these challenges and what you think can change in the Indian perspective?
I think major issue is getting good articles, which is at most not in the hand of editor-in-chief. And second is indexing. Before indexing, getting a good article is a real Herculean task. One is thing. Another real problem is that once you are starting a journal from USA, I have seen the journal which have originated in USA, because PubMed is a national indexing agency, a matrix of database of US government. They automatically get recognition as early as I have seen in 1 year. But we don't have any national indexing agency. So first of all need is the way when we start a journal, we get an RNI number from our Department of Information and Technology. The way we should have our own indexing agency. Because who will give his, for us, a paper is a paper. But for researcher, the paper is very important. Why that person will waste his paper to a new journal? That is also $1 million question. So before getting indexed, getting a good quality research paper is very difficult, and having the patience for at least 3 years, 4 years and 5 years. When I started Heart India in 2013, so many people have lot of reservation from where you will get the article, but initial 3, 4, 5 years, I struggled. But once it got indexed, then there is now I am rejecting around 50% articles. Not because they are good, lot of other reason also, but I think those who are starting new journal, keep patience and some time take. In one day you cannot be the Indian Journal of Nephrology or Indian Heart Journal. You have to have patience, and with times, now running the journal is quite easier in comparison to previous, because now we are having the platform like Scientific Scholar, Walter Kluwer, all are online. Any new researcher want to submit article, they can immediately go and they will submit. Earlier it was very difficult in paper era. Once you submit, when we were a student, when we sent a paper by writing paper have went, when it will be suddenly paper published, then came to know it happens. So patience is required, and it will take time to grow any journal.
Well said, Dr. Alok. So the holy grail, as we see, it is in the indexing world, the medical journal indexing world. It is just like winning the Club World Cup, which Chelsea recently won, and that is getting your journal listed in PubMed Central. But what Irin Zeller's team at NLM would tell you, in your dreams, they are not going to help you. The rejection rate is increasingly growing up, especially for journals coming from the Asian, the African subcontinent. Of course, the ratio is remarkably different for journals originating or getting published in the West, but that is how it is, and we have to just deal with it. Criteria of application is not the criteria of selection. Please remember this line. When you go to the PubMed website, you will see that publish 30 articles and you can apply. Of course, you can apply, but you would get rejected on your face, and 2 to 5 years of an embargo would be inflicted on your face. I won't name the publishing house, but it's a very renowned publishing house, Dr. Vipul knows. And their flagship journal is getting rejected from PubMed Central for the past 12 years. It's a big publishing house, and their flagship surgical journal is getting rejected in PubMed Central for the last 12 years. They are trying their best, but nothing happens. But that is how difficult now is getting into PubMed Central. Previously, it was very difficult to get into Medline with a 95% plus rejection rate. But now, previously it was a rejection rate of around 60-65% at PubMed Central. Now that is around 90% of rejection rate. So that is really difficult, and NLM is there to enrich their portal. And PubMed Central has nothing to do with metrics. Scopus and ESCI applications really take care of global diversity, editorial board diversity, national diversity, type of articles that you are publishing, the weightage of originals plus reviews divided by case reports and blah blah. But when it comes to PubMed Central, the day the publisher files the application, they go back 24 months, that is 2 years, and they would randomly pick up 20 original articles, randomly. And they would read them. If they like it, the content of the original articles or reviews, they don't study anything else. You are in, they don't like it, you are out. As simple as that. It's a purely academic fight. There is no political gimmicks involved when it comes to PubMed Central. When it comes to Scopus and ESCI, a lot of things publisher can do, but when it comes to PubMed Central, it is outright state competition. And they see the methodologies, they see the quality of discussion, the study design, then they really like narrative reviews and meta-analysis, but really narrative reviews and meta-analysis, not just titling it as a narrative or a review or a meta-analysis and not being there. the uniqueness of case reports, and of course, when it comes to the overall weightage, they prefer that the journal is publishing more of originals and reviews compared to anything else. So basically, if we try to summarize that the scope of journal indexing is tough, and at present from India, it would be really nice that if our government, NMC, takes up the project and starts its own evaluation criteria for journals and recognize journals which are genuine, which are from genuine societies, and they grade the journals accordingly, rather than being dependent on overseas portals. If any one of you sitting in the audience has direct contacts with Dr. Abhijat Sheth, please drop him a WhatsApp text that he needs to think about it. And we are trying at our own capacity to reach out to NMC to get this enforced, because this is the need of the hour. We really need to be self-independent. Of course, NMC can then categorize journals based on their overall indexing status, but the basic challenge is at the beginning. So if NMC gives a recognition to the journal based on the genuinity of the parenting society, the institution, the academic credibility of the editorial board members and the editor-in-chief, something which exists in a very small country like Norway, for example, it can of course come into existence in India, then people would start getting submissions organically, which would again enrich the overall content quality, and then for that journal to compete at Scopus, at Embase, at ESCI, SCIE, or even PubMed Center would become relatively easier than what it is right now. So basically the competition is increasing, growing, and it is not decreasing anytime soon. Rejection rates, as I mentioned, those which were 60% are now 90% plus, and we really need to ensure that when you are competing, you really don't need to be to get into portals like Scopus or ESCI. You need to be equivalent or better than the last 3 selected journals. It is like the 4th runner in the Olympic race of 100 meters. To stand at the podium, you don't need to become a gold medalist. You just need to beat the person running for the bronze. So that's how it is. And of course, for the best help, advice, and strategic development of your journal, join Scientific Scholar. That's how it is. Thank you. Questions? Sir.
Good afternoon. Myself is Dr. Shanikwa Mishra, and I am Professor of Biostatistics at National Drug Dependence Treatment Center at Institute of Medical Sciences, trained in statistics. So my question obviously would be quantitative. It is being said that all dead letters is not gold. And if we try to have a 2-dimensional scatter plot with on x-axis we take the general impact factor, and on y-axis we take the revenue generation or business generation, what is the trend of it? So, and I have hypothesized that probably the publication house, I will not name any publisher or anything, but just from a pure academic question is, are we able to see that what we are not seeing, what is glittering in the Holy Grail is really the cost? Because the cost or the knowledge generation, if you try to quantify economically, it's a bulk which is by the funding agency and the authors. So what is the expected trend of relationship, pure quantitative form of general impact factor with the expenditure or revenue generation? That's
Excellent question, Doctor. So the situation is remarkably different when it comes to the European publishing market, the US publishing market versus the Indian or the Chinese publishing market. So if you are trying to publish, for example, in European Journal of Immunology in an open access way, which has a decent impact factor, the cost of publication is 3,500 euros per article. And the higher the journal's impact factor is, the highest is the cost for an open access model of publication. Similarly, if the journal is a closed access journal, it is a part of the medpacks of various publishing houses, and the higher the impact factor is, the highest the site score status is, the higher is the per journal value that gets into the impact factor, which resonates exponentially to the overall revenue development. But when it comes to Indian market, that is not the same story, because our top rated impact factor journal doesn't even have APC involved. I have many other journals. Sermon Sir journals has a very marginal APC that we charge. So the graph of a journal revenue at y-axis with the impact factor on the x-axis that we see on a linear curve at 45 degrees in European and the US market, it is more or less a parallel graph chart to the x-axis, unfortunately.
Just a small comment. As of, I can see that all of us are editor, that's why we are on this platform. Rather than pushing towards having more journals and trying to have a primary outcome as indexing in the PubMed as the Holy Grail, why not to build a team of editors to a more up level and try to improve things? Because I think that could be one model to think forward. Because rather than investing much of time, resource, energy in creating a new journals, if we say that India is publishing, contributing only 4%, and if we see in the medical science, it is contributing only 2.5%.
Well, the fragmentation of journals is always an individual decision, but of course there are two sides of it. I am always not in the favor of just launching another multidisciplinary journal, because it leads to just mushroom publishing. But if there comes a unique journal, like for example our new journal on transgender health, it's a unique topic, caters to a unique subject category, of course such journals really can come up. So it goes both ways, and at the end it really depends on the subject you are addressing and the competition you are entering in 3 to 5 years time. Any other questions?
Any other?
Please, Dr.
Yeah. We allow only one question because we are lacking time.
Yeah, last question, please.
Yes, last question.
Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. And first of all, congratulations to you and Scientific Scholar for publishing this Arabian Journal of Chemistry, which was earlier published by Elsevier. So, big congratulations to the entire team for that. So now my question is, after, from 2025, I think you are publishing. So is there any effect in submission, manuscript submission, after Elsevier to Scholar?
It is just going up, because the visibility which Scientific Scholar provides for its reader base, for its author base is really growing month after month, year after year, and it is not only with the Arabian Journal of Chemistry, whether it is IJDVL, our flagship journal, or IJMR, the leading journal of India. When they shifted to Scientific Scholar, the growth is only an exponential upward trend, both in terms of submissions as well as publications, and in fact also the overall content quality, because we have seen the impact factor only growing up with IGDVL touching 3.4 this time, and we can only think of an upward trend ahead?
No, as actually I am a chemistry faculty, so I almost last 10 years I am following that journal. So now it is actually it is my interest to in future also I will definitely observe this journal, and try to publish my article in that journal also definitely. So that's why I am asking.
Yeah, it is in the upward trend, and in the subsequent years you will see the graph going up.
And I think this year also the APC is 800 US dollar. So is it possible to reduce for Indian?
Well, that I leave to my boss Pritesh Seth to ponder upon. This is not the platform to discuss.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Any other questions, or we just end the
Sunny,
session?
Types of articles are featured. What is the status of correspondence or opinion pieces?
Excellent question, ma'am. Correspondence and opinion pieces are technically non-citable items, but they definitely hold a lot of significance in the overall health and the image of the journal as such. Although they won't be contributing anything as far as the metrics are concerned, but as far as the image, overall image of a journal is concerned, opinion pieces from key stakeholders in the industry, from eminent professors, scientists definitely hold a very strong place in building the overall image of the journal.
So are they considered to be citable?
I think
no, they are not citable.
Personally, question can be asked to the speaker.
I just want to answer your question regarding the correspondence. So forget, it's not always about the metrics of getting the side score or the publication. If there is an article published and there is original research or a review article, and you find that the scientific facts mentioned in the article are not appropriate and you disagree, please write the correspondence, because at the end of the day we are all looking at publishing correct science, so that in the end it is the patient or the community or the art, whatever the subject matter is, they benefit from it. So writing a letter to the editor just for the sake of writing it so that you have a letter to the editor in your CV is not welcome. But if you read an article and you felt genuinely that there was a mistake, and I'll give you an example. I wrote an article 20 years back, and just last month I got a letter from the editor saying that they have received a letter regarding this article. For the following fact, please clarify. And the clarification was there was a typo mistake between the distance of the superior mesenteric artery of its origin and the aorta, because that is used for the nutcracker syndrome diagnosis. So I wrote back a letter, thank you for the opportunity, and here is the correction, and they published it. So that's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sunny,
I think we can wrap up the session.
As there is a 2 minutes, I would like to make a 2 quick comments, if you
Please,
allow.
please.
As Sunny has rightly mentioned, that de-indexing is also common. Once suppose you are there in PubMed and PubMed Central, that doesn't mean you are always there. That similar issue with the Scopus and Web of Science also. What my assumption about, recently if you see ESCI index journal has not been given impact factor so far. They have started giving impact factor to ESI since last 2 years. And the main intention what I feel is those journals who are not performing well in ESCI, they will be shortly delisted from the Web of Science. That is one my intention. Second, As Sunny rightly mentioned, one of the major publishers journal has been out from PubMed. They applied 3 times. It has been rejected 3 times after that since 2010. Last year, one
बैग दे दो
major
गिफ्ट में बैग दीजिए मैडम को
last year one major
बैग
plastic surgery journal also has
come
been
get the
delisted
bag
from
I'm going to start the
Scopus.
session come in
And as far as second point I would like to make is the quality of the content in a publishing journal. Our journal is in a infancy. We are there in a since 6 year. Still we have achieved an impact factor of 1.1 and the reason is the content quality. Currently if you see our rejection rate is more than 70%. We are accepting only 20-25% manuscript what we have submitted to our journal. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
So we move on to our next session. It's my privilege to invite Dr. D.M. Thapa, Dean of JIPMER. He has kindly come to participate in our meeting. He will be speaking on why publishing matters in India today, academic promotions, employment and institutional growth. And I will invite Dr. T.B.S. Bakshi, Professor of Radiology and Adjunct Professor of Radiology at University of Rochester, New York, to kindly come and introduce Dr. Thapa and moderate the session. Again. Yeah? You will only. Huh? Yeah.
Thank you.
How are you?
Can you hear me? Thank you, Dr. Vikram Dogra. So what we realize is that in this knowledge-driven world, publishing is no longer a luxury. It's a necessity. It's the currency of credibility, the passport to professional growth, and the foundation of institutional reputation. Our next speaker is a humble person, somewhat underwritten, under the radar, but at the same time one of the most accomplished persons that we have in this country. Dr. Thapa, was Dean of the Indira Gandhi Medical Institution in Shillong, that universities that they formed some years ago. So the Medical University of Northeast was in Shillong. And today he is the Dean of one of the most premier institutions of the country, JIPMER. And JIPMER happens to be one of those institutions in the country wherein people give their right hand to enter into that institution, whether for graduation or for post-graduation. It's no less than All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Thapa, please, we would like to hear your...
Thank you, sir. I thank Professor Vikram Dogra, the scientific scholar team, for giving me this opportunity to be with you and speak about the why publishing matters in India today, academic promotion, employment and institutional growth. And whatever I will be talking about basically will be in relation to the medical institutions, because I have the experience of working with the right. So, as we were discussing about something about indexing, I tell you the experience of my journal which I took over in 2008, the Indian Journal of Dermatology, Venereology and Leprology. It got indexed only in 2011 in PubMed. So, the story behind this indexing was that till 2000 this journal was not on internet. It was Uday Kopkar, who from Bombay brought this journal in 2002 to the net, and it became visibility, and he is the one person who contributed the success of our journals, and then the visibility increased. At that time it was under Mano Publications, and recently with Soumya Panda we have changed over to Scientific Scholar, because it was a better platform for the journal. And then around that time when I was the editor-in-chief, we started another journal, Indian Dermatology Online Journal. We call it as popularly IDOS. It is in 2011 it started, and now it is already indexed journal. It is still continue with the Walter Clover, the Mano Publications. Okay, let me come to my subject, which is I am going to speak about, and the journal which is I am now currently running, the Cosmoderma. So, this is we have started in 2001, 2021. It's a 5 years old journal. So, I have to have a number of good publications before it becomes a citable ones and those things. So, the citations can come if it is the DOI number is there. So, each article if has a digital object identifier, it will become citable articles, and and then I am seeing that its visibility is increasing. It was less than 1 lakh in first year, it became in lakhs in the next year, and now I am having 25 lakhs downloads per year. Okay, so, that is what is the visibility, how it will increase. You know that for the academic promotions, we need to have some metrics, we need to have some kind of a basic qualification of a person, and on the top more important is the 2 parameters, that is the duration of the service and the number of publications. So, the number of publications come into the focus when we are in the. So, we have 2 type of institutions in India, the medical institutions. One are governed by the one regulatory body, that is earlier we used to call it Medical Council of India. Now, from 2020 it has become the National Medical Commission, so NMC. And there is another set of institutions which are called autonomous institutions, the All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. So, those type of institutions, they have their different set of rules. So, though it is believed that the quality of teaching improves with research, it has been debated that the time spent on research might take the teachers away from teaching, or clinical duties, particularly in the understaffed, the clinical specialty departments. So, the NMC and MCI driven institutes and even autonomous institutes, for the resident doctors, they have made the mandatory the thesis which is there, and which has to have these before they appear for the final exams. So, that is important. If you see this MCI amendments regarding faculty promotion over the years, they have been varying. You can see how the things are happening. So, the number of original articles you need to get promoted. So, they have been listed here. So, you have to be either first author or corresponding authors, and sometimes you have to be, now the latest one says you have to be in the first 3 authors and the corresponding authors. Earlier e-journals were not given any significance. Now, the e-journals are also important for these things, and that is why the directory of open access journals are now recognized for taking into account the journal which has some value for the person's promotions. So, this will tell you this slide that for a professor to be promoted, to be made. So, associate professor has to put in at least 3 years of service, and he should have 4 research publications. Only original articles, meta-analysis, systematic reviews and case series are taken into accounts, and these journals has to be indexed in these indexing agencies. For associate professor, you should have 4-year experience as assistant professors and at least 2 research publications. Again, only original articles, meta-analysis, systematic reviews and case series are taken into account, and same indexing. For assistant professors, only 1 year as a senior resident is enough. This may not be true for when you are getting into a assistant professor job in a autonomous bodies like the AIIMS or like institutes, where you have to have 3 years senior residency experience. For super specialty departments, the criteria little differs. The experience required is a little bit different. For professors, he has to be associate professor for 3 years and then 4 such publications, and other things remains the same. And for associate professor, he has to only have 2 years experience. As an assistant professor, he can join as a direct after the DM or MCH thing. So, in a cross-sectional study conducted in the South India regarding current views and practices of the faculty members and the consultants regarding publications in India, about 80% of the people felt that the online journals were better read than the print journals. This has been trend now from the 2000 onwards, because many of the journals which were earlier were in a print forms, they have become both in the online journal as well as they have become print journals, and some places the print journals has almost stopped publishing the print copies and have become totally online journals, because the print copies are becoming very costly. %88 of the people agreed that the publications improve the academic skills. MCI requirement to publish in reputed journals were cited as the main reason for the plagiarism, because the plagiarism is happening on a substantial scale in India. Review and publishing time followed by the author requirements and journal indexing were the main points considered for choosing the journal for article submission. So, people want the decision to come very early on, so that they can think about it. Even if it is rejected, at least he can submit it to another journals. For autonomous institutions, a Sneha Bhargava committee was made, that is around 2010, and then around 2012 this committee recommendations were put into the practice. They have divided the faculty requirements for the faculty, a time type of the division of the time for various activities. So, they can have a clinical work and teaching and training, research and service delivery type of activities. For basic sciences and paraclinical sciences, the time varies, and especially and also for the clinical departments, you can see that the teaching, training, research, corporate activities, service deliveries, and patient care. These times they vary according to the need where they need to be fit in. So, this is how these type of activities have been divided for these people. And then criteria for evaluation for performance is based on teaching and training and the research which they conduct. So, they need to, as a assistant professors, the one seed amount as an intramural grant is given to them, and then so that they get trained to perform an intramural project, and subsequently they have to generate as an associate professor at least one extramural grant, and as additional professor 2 extramural grants. For publications in PubMed index journals is made as a mandatory. So, the autonomous institution like AIIMS, these are important things. For assistant professor, at least 3 publications, of which 1 should be first authors. For associate professor, 3 to 5 papers. For additional professor, 5 to 7 papers. For professors, the 5 to 10 papers. So, for a institutions where research has to be made as a important parameters, they need to have an infrastructure for that type of institutes. So, there is a golden triangle, which is they should develop some core facilities which help in the in conduct of research. They should have research groups and they should have supportive administrations. So, what is this? How they can achieve those things? In all AIIMS, you will have a division of research being created. So, and under the division of research, they will promote how to write the scientific articles, they will be trained about how to conduct research, and they also will be given training how to write grants. So, grant writing skills are transferred to them, and then they have to create research facilities and technologies which can be utilized to make the quality research in India. And this is what is being done with this golden triangle. So, they have to listen inside out, they have to enable the scientists to focus on the science and promote plug and play research, effective and agile facilities, operational infrastructures with state of art equipment. For example, in Jipumar, we have facility for proteomics, metabolomics, and even the translational research and genetics component being given more and more importance. Build a holistic research environment. The institute needs a supportive research culture that empowers scientists to develop and realize their potential and promotes the creativity. So, unless this type of environment is not created, the institutes cannot have that type number of publications. Now, the matrix is involved to rate various institutes that cannot, that depends upon how many publications that institute is making, how many patents they are filing, how many copyrights they are making. These are taken into important things. And this is the key attributes of a successful research institute, which should be a part of component of even a medical institutes if they want to have some kind of a publications from it. They should have research groups, core facilities, corporate services, and then trained staff and scientists. Then only the scientific discoveries can take place. Public engagement and outreach should be there, and very importantly, the collaboration not between only the departments, but collaboration in India. The engineering wing should collaborate with the medical wing, then only you can see the various transformative or translational research taking place. For example, in All India Institute of Delhi, they have a arrangement with the IIT Delhi, so that they can collaborate to devise certain devices and something like this, and that is why they are able to innovate and make various devices which could be also be marketed. The recruitment, we note that there is a various ways of recruitment which is happening, which is usually you know it, but basically for a division of research, if we are thinking what we need is recruiting talented staff who contribute to institutions' aims and objectives. Scientists rightly want to fairly enumerated for the efforts, and that is why many of these institutes also have the position of scientists which are put into those institutes. They have animal research facilities also being made. They have central research facilities which are being created, and they are collaborating with the other institutes, utilizing their infrastructure to create the research avenues. A good distribution of experience need to be, you need to have a junior workforce and as well as the seniors to mentor the people. If you do not have like this, then you cannot develop the institutes further for developing these facilities. The number of faculty is also key considerations. Many of the facilities, if they have lean force, they will be focused type of things, but if they have a large group, they can have interdisciplinary workforce which could work with the other places. Technology transfer and training should be part of it. PhD programs need to be there in these institutes. Unless they have PhD programs, who will conduct this research? The faculty should mentor as a guide, but it is the PhDs which will produce the quality research. So, it is only with the number of PhD you can have quality project which is happening. Building an inclusive environment will bring the best in the scientists and contributes to the greater creativity. The challenges in the creation of all those things is the funding to carry out the research. Many of these autonomous institutes even have a funding for undergraduate students, they have funding for postgraduate students, they have funding for the faculty, they have a funding for the PhD programs. So, that is how, and fostering a team cohesion when interactions are mainly virtuals. And finally, the challenge and opportunity is the increasing inclusion of artificial intelligence into institutes' work and culture. So, finally, I will tell you that the institutions are being ranked by a number of agencies. There is even there are networks which are evaluating the institutes at the global level, at the level of even various networks like you have India Today group which evaluates various institutes. There are various parameters, but in 2015 in India there is a National Institution Ranking Framework, NIRF ranking, which has been started, which is based on teaching, learning resources, research and professional practices, graduation outcomes, outreach and inclusivity and perception. And you can see this is how in the JIPMER is now ranked as the number 4th in it is only on the basis of its output of the graduates, postgraduates, and how they are being employed, what is the perception of the public, and more importantly the publications, the patents, and the PhD program which you have in place. So, what I had tried to give you a message that the academic recruitment promotions, they differ where you are being employed. As per NMC norms, it is different, and in the institutes of national importance like AIMS, PGI, NIMHANS, JIPMER, they are different. Institutes with the only focus on research like ICMR, they have a different type of recruitment process. They employ only scientists, they work with them. When recruiting new faculty members in AIMS like institutions, the focus is on scientific capability of course. And then we also should know that there is a ranking process for the institutes. So, they have to build up the number of publications, the patents they have filed, and the copyright and other things. So, with this I conclude and thank you everybody for giving me patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thapa, for an excellent review of the entire process of how ranking takes place in the world today, and why it is important and how it is to be used for. Any questions, please?
Myself, Dr. Harish Gupta from Lucknow. I congratulate you for your nice presentation. So you showed a large diagram in which the promotion criteria of NMC for various years were enlisted.
Yes.
So there is any reason for that? Just to pick up one example, initially they begin with first author, then first and second author, then first and corresponding author, then all the authors, then in Feb 22, 3 authors.
That is what I was telling you, this shifting goalposts. Over a time period, many things have been diluted, you know very well in NMC. Okay, so that has happened, you know it, how it is happening. Whereas in autonomous institutions like AIMS or like institutions, we are becoming more and more stringent and more that thing. So entry into but now there are number of AIMS are there, so you have more opportunities to join those AIMS also. But then these are the things which are happening at a national level. So I just wanted to make you aware about it, what was happening.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Harpreet Singh. I'm the Dean of Research from Desh Bhagat University, Govindgarh, that's in Punjab. So there was a recent publication by ICMR which says that if it's an original research article, it is 1 paper publication. If it's a patent, it is equivalent to 5 paper publications. And if it is a translational research which has got into commercialization, it is equivalent to 20 research papers. Is it coming into NMC and NDC, or is it still only with ICMR?
NMC does not give any type of this credit to you, but in autonomous institution, when you are appearing for interviews, for promotions, then certainly these are being considered. If you have a patent, that is given a certain degree of marks. If you have guided PhD students, that is also given a number of publications and impact factor of journals. Okay, because the impact factor I did not talk about, because if you have a article which is original article published in a New England Journal of Medicine or Lancet, that will have it differently valued. Then you have a publications in some of the low ranking journals. So that is how it is being rated, especially when you are being asking for a promotion from additional professor to professor level.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So if there are no more questions, then we can close the session, please.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thapa.
Wonderful session, and we move on to, we are in time now, so the next speaker is Dr. Amit Agarwal, and the topic is the case for an Indian indexing service, learning from Norwegian model. The moderators are Raja Vaishya and Dr. Dinu Chandran. Please come. उसका एडिट में ना मैं
Hello, Dr. Agarwal.
Yeah. So,
Dr. Agarwal, can we introduce you first so that the gathering knows who is speaking?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, can we have the slide on screen? Right. So, our speaker, Dr. Agarwal, has completed his neurosurgery training from NIMHANS, Bangalore in 2003. And he's a very self-motivated, enthusiastic, and research-oriented professional. And he has more than 22 years of rich experience in research and development, as well as teaching and mentoring in the field of neurosurgery. And is proficient in managing and leading teams for running successful process operations, and has experience of developing procedures and service standards of excellence. And he's an avid researcher and published more than 1,000 articles in medical field covering various topics in national and international journals. And his expertise is in identifying training needs, designing training modules, and executing the same while working with limited resources. And he has excellent communication and presentation skills, and we are very excited to listen to you on this topic.
Dr. Agarwal, welcome. And he will be speaking on the case for an Indian indexing service, learning from Norwegian model. This is a fascinating topic that bridges two distinct approaches to knowledge management. The concept of indexing services is vital for making information accessible and discoverable, and today we are exploring how India can learn from Norwegian model. And we look forward to hearing from our esteemed speaker about what an indexing service is in and what makes the Norwegian model unique. Additionally, what are the primary challenges facing an Indian indexing service right now, and how does Norwegian model specifically addresses one or two of these challenges for us? Thank you. To you.
Thank you. My apologies to all. I am not used to of introduction, just come and speak. So, respected chairpersons, my teachers and my colleagues, very good afternoon. Just what I have made only few slides, and I would like to have the opinions and guidance from all our senior teachers, those who are sitting here, because it's not at my level I should be able to address, because it's a much bigger task that as the editors all of us to do together for our nation. So the Indian medical landscape is expanding with increase in faculty postgraduate training related publication requirements. As we have discussed since morning, that we are in continuous need of continuous publication, maybe more than 1 lakh publication we may need for various either faculty requirement or to submit to the various PhD programs or certain postgraduate training needs. and there is a need for a national mechanism to ensure innovation and address the gap between publication requirements and quality journal availability in Indian context. That should be cost effective, where we cannot keep on increasing the APC and all those models. We have to develop that to our needs. So all has been discussed. NMC mandates publication in index journals for the faculty, which are necessary for promotion, and the indexing agencies may vary from PubMed, Scopus or Clavariate based. The current guidelines has almost complete dependence on overseas indexing portals for medical journals to avail NMC or any other recognition. Since morning, all our learned teachers have told on this topic that we have all the mechanism which makes depend on all foreign agencies, no our national guidelines for that. So how that thing where we are dependent on foreign indexing agencies, how it is impacting our landscape. So what is happening? The high quality research often submitted first to international journals. That creates, and the Indian journals receive second tier submissions impacting content quality. So what happens next? We were struggling for submission and good quality submission. So what is the outcome is, this initiates a never ending vicious cycle for societies and editors to try to provide content for their journals to get indexed, whereas authors are inclined only to publish in already NMC recognized journals. So what is happening to get the high impact and indexing things? The articles are going to international journals, and as an editor, all of us are struggling for the second tier submissions, and where the entire quality is being compromised. Foreign reviewers won't review it, and we don't get reviewers, and ultimately we compromise on the quality of the scientific contents, and it limits on our citations and impact factor, and it's a vicious cycle for that. So the long-term challenge is, this hails the fundamental concept of fostering the development as well as opportunity for quality improvement in indigenous medical research, which is originating from India. Our own work is not available to our journals and to our population, and we are sending the scientific contents also, and we are paying also for that, and then when it is coming back, again we are paying for that. So what is the proposed national framework for medical publishing under umbrella of NMC or any other team, whoever wants to lead at the top can have its own indexing database or reinitiate the IndMed under whatever may be the portal again. This portal shall categorize all journals based on their progressive indexing, as we have seen in the previous slide also. And what we can do, we can have all the journals under one umbrella, and we can give certain stars, 5-star journals, 4-star journals, 3-star, 2-star, but like they have done for JCI, every journal which is being there, they will get an impact factor. Then you make the Q1, Q2, whatever you have, you made for our country. That portal shall recognize new journals based on their academic merit, the genuineness of the Parental Society Association, EIC, what Dr. Sunny has already discussed in detail, and the regular review. As we are doing for others, let us do for ourselves. Regular review of journals and dynamic upgradation of the journal based on available matrices like impact factor or inherent mechanism, what we develop as per our needs, because our contents, what we publish in our journals may be of no interest to the Western world. Like we publish some tribal area population, certain demands, it is of no use to them, but for us it may be important, and if it won't go to international journal, and our journal won't be treated like a good scientific platform. So to fulfill this, first of all of us to come together And the stakeholders can be the government bodies, funding and policy support, academic institutions, those who should recognize that mechanism, and the encourage faculty publications, publishing houses, those who should adopt ethical practices, and the cost-effective publishing platforms and low-cost models to publish high-quality journals. Already in our Indian context, we do have such mechanisms. And the researchers, those who contribute quality research and follow guidelines, and those who electively submit to our own journals. Automatically, when we get the indexing and our own recognized journals, I don't think that people will go to the international journal because APC already is so high there. So it can be development as a strategy. First, we can have a task force kind of mechanism where all the stakeholders can do brainstorming kind of thing and propose a plan and the framework, develop central repository and guidelines like electronic databases and the data capture mechanism. Most of the journals, those who are submitting the data to the either Scopus, Embase or the Medline or PubMed, we can enforce them to put those data in our databases also, because the database tree is same. Our publishers, even the scientific scholar, everybody is having that matrix what PubMed had defined because they are putting data there. So we can capture in our own databases. And for a selected journal, we can make a pilot framework with selected journals where we can have certain journals, those who are indexed and those who are not indexed, and when we can make some common data elements and we can put the things together. And once we pilot and let everybody agree and this matrix shows some output, we can do the full scale implementation and monitoring. So what will be the expected outcomes? The increased indexing of Indian journals, as journals will progressively develop because we will be retaining the quality content in our own country. Improved credibility of Indian medical research, what we tell is fake. See, like somebody told, the teacher has to guide, but for that somebody has to beat, that is okay. But unless we put the all contents and we categorize why you are doing this wrong, how you will improve that person? So we have to tell, okay, you are in Q4, if you have to come to Q3 or something, you have to make these changes, and then they will be having certain parameters at Q1 and Q2 level, so they can compare, no, I have to do like this, if I do like this, I will be a better person tomorrow. And this thing in picture, the faculty and everybody can fulfill their publication requirements, whatever is being defined in the either INIs or in the NMC or wherever they need for interview or anything. And ultimately this will reach to like China has made one big platform, 50% from Asia. So we don't have any reason, so we should be lagging behind from them. So we'll get the global recognition, visibility. So I'll just stop here and just look forward rather than I speak, that all of you just give some thoughts with the permission of the chair so we can carry this discussion forward. I just put the model there and just put some thought what I felt may be good.
May I start first?
Yes, sir.
First of all, explain what Norwegian model, because it is often cited for its governance, and how could a similar structure be adopted in India, considering our diverse linguistic and cultural landscape?
To be very honest, I didn't read Norwegian model because we have to come out of all those things and we have to have our own system. What we face, if we have to make our own new things, we want a thing which should be at par with PubMed or Medline or, and the main issue is they want data. They have a data frame and they have a certain criteria too, and it's all available on the internet, and almost all senior editors and all our senior colleagues, they know it. So rather than going behind some other model, let us use experience of our own people, because they know the national needs also. So we should do some homework and we should do a new thing. The data, if we have data, automatically we can analyze with different metrics.
But you know, creating such an indexing service require significant long-term investment, like Norway might have done it. So, how do we find such sustainable funding models?
For that only it is important. PubMed is not being made in a one day. How much US is funding those things? We have to, now the government of India is putting so much fund in research and everywhere. If we have to retain this research in our country, some part of that money has to be invested in these systems. Otherwise, it will never happen. And I think we have to push for it, or somebody has to take initiative. I think if we put as a combined all some 20 or 30 editors, if we put a proposal to the government of India, like Dr. Professor Saman Singh, he is there, he can take the lead. He is very good researcher. I know him, and I am standing here because of his blessings. He is so harsh to me, and I am getting the fruits of that. So all of us, if we make a proposal and put to the government of India, all of our senior professors from different institutions, I don't see any reason that we cannot get 20-30 crore rupees.
I have a question little different. Like, this is a workshop what we are having right now. Has such a kind of workshop has been conducted previously in India?
I'm not
like
really.
workshop on editors of editorial workshop. Has it been conducted? I think no. I was speaking to, yes, sir.
This type of workshop, Samran Nandi has done it in AIMS, but hardly 15-20 people had participated in that workshop at that time. That is what I am knowing it, because many of these skills which I learned, okay, I have taken over the journal from 2004 onwards, various journals. So I know it means I attended when I was the editor-in-chief of IJDBL. So it has happened. We regularly conduct such type of workshops in JIPMER. So probably many people may not participate in those type of workshops which we may be conducting in that site. So that is there.
Just to take it little forward, like I was speaking to the organizers this morning. What is the mileage of conducting such a workshop? And the beautiful answers I have got. Now the point is, most of us are in the same line, we are thinking like that. And Scientific Scholar is planning to have such a kind of workshops in future also. Now this is the right time that when we have all got together, we need to appraise instead of presenting as a group of editors. Now this is a platform has been created. We need to write a white paper, give a suggestion to the government of India, like through a forum, such a forum, or still a bigger one. For example, right now, if the number of registrations, what we look at online and offline, even more will be there, who would be interested to join. And to create, I mean, today morning, what we said is one nation, one subscription. So such a kind of a model we have to suggest to the government of India, which would take us, and that will take care of the predatory journals also. They will be weeded out. And unfortunately, the academicians, what they are facing, like you pay the money and at the end of that, you don't get nothing. So that can be a solution. At the right time, Dr. Dogra is here. Yes, sir.
Finished, no? Yeah. All right. So thank you, and thank you, Dr. Amit. I think this is a great idea that let the others also contribute and share their views. I fully agree with you that in morning also we have been discussing multiple times. Unfortunately, I disagree that PubMed is spending 20-30 crore and we can have the similar kind of platform. It is not. I think budgeting we have to do. It is not a easy task. There is no willpower from the, I am sorry to say so, but government of India must have willpower first, like China government has. I am not praising China, but the fact is fact. You know, if those who are reviewers or the editors for some international journals, these days, the share of China in the publications article they are submitting is more than the European countries. So they are next to America. So, and how much effort, they are not, the whole fees is paid by government institutions. Every institution is subscribing, all journals, high journals. How many institutes are subscribing? Very few, like AIMS and JIPMER and all this. But most of the institutes, they are not subscribing. Means, other way, that author has to pay. And many of the authors, we cannot pay. So that is the situation. So huge budget. And ANRF and all these indexing things, we started in India. That is good. But nobody thought, or probably why they did not, think still, I don't know the reasons. The one nation, one subscription was a good idea, but why not? This promoting our own, it was not thought, because probably I can't say here, but many people, they know the reason. I will give only indication, because, I don't want to say. So that kind of things are also there. Sustainability, Amit, sustainability is most important. Sustainability, why I am saying that if you say the Scopus or Web of Science or PubMed, if you start, even though our engineers going in USA, they are doing wonderful job. But here, what is the speed of our internet? And when we are, whether you are, promotion is okay. Dr. Thapa also mentioned in the morning, we were discussing that, all right, if we have IndMade or MedInd or something like that, we will get promotion, perfectly fine. But see the, flip-flop of our own governments. Dr. Thapa's presentation and one question was there, and he answered indirectly, but actually he conveyed the message. The reason was that why our own system, the IndMed, when it started, HRD started with the help, and then it was transferred to CSIR. CSIR was funding for a few years, and then they said, no, we don't want. We don't have money, because they were not having. So dedicated 20, 25 years plan, and plans should be there, that we will be commit. We will continue for 25 years or 50 years or something like that. That is not there. So until otherwise, there is a political will. It is difficult. I am little pessimistic, but I am saying, with my experience and many other things we know in India, how it works. For the editors, for the publishers, for the authors, it is a very fantastic idea, but I suspect that until otherwise, we have political will, because there is nobody from the political, government side. Until otherwise, we have a workshop where politicians or the decision makers, those who can give the funds and commitment. So commitment is important. You can give 3 years project, it will not, go anywhere. After 3 years, you are nowhere. Those who have, say for example, you index for 3 years in IndMed, 4th year, no funds. And these 3 years, people, what will happen? They will go nowhere. They will be neither in the global scenario, nor they will be restored here. So they will, have no credibility. The linking, even though we can say that it is a good idea, self-respect, and all these things, obviously, we should be proud of our country. We are, and we should be, that we should have in our own. But the question is that globe, we are living in the globe. And we have to have connectivity. And until otherwise, we have connectivity so strong, our credibility of our indexing agency, the connectivity, internet, and all these things, sustainability, all these things, quality control, the many of the issues we know that in India, we start up very nicely, but we don't maintain. It is whether it is a bridge or road or anything. And same thing if happens here. So maintenance and the sustainability is most crucial point, I think, in my point of view.
Yes, I fully agree with you, but the question remains, for such a big country with so much of growth in every aspect, we are sending man to the moon, and we are sending unmanned aircraft to Mars. So there is a disconnect between one side and the other. So I do agree with you. Government of India did have InMed, because nobody maintained it. It went defunct. It still exists. So government is one opportunity, but you look at small country like Norway. There are the LALEC, this small country is in Latin America. They have their own indexing service. Why? There is a need. Why is there a need? In the morning I mentioned there is a Indian English today. Our authors are not able to publish because the English what is being followed or taught is no more our mother tongue. When I grew up, I wrote perfect English because we had the waning effect of the British Raj. Now the British Raj is gone. Now the Hindi Raj. People want to write in Tamil. People want to write in Hindi. So we need to have a dialogue. And then, if not the government, private. We can have a non-profit. There is a lot of money in this country. Maybe somebody wants to name it Munnaram Indexing Service in the name of his father. Who knows? But we have not broached the idea. This whole purpose of this is to bring up the idea. And then, of course, we have genuinely, as Rakesh from AIMS Urology who spoke, he is on the ICMGE and all that, he spoke correctly that we don't have accountability and plagiarism and all that happens world over. But the question is, who is the biggest shareholder? We are the biggest shareholder. So there are reasons for that. I want promotion, then I need to publish. Whether I publish with Omnix or with anybody, department doesn't care. Department wants to see DOI, thank you very much, you are promoted to professor. So why can't we have our own simple agency? If not government, private. We have thrown the idea out. I have no money, but whatever little I have, I will be more than happy to put it to that cause. But we all need to come together.
I think we should seriously, I am not joking, we should propose to Adani.
Sir, whether it is Mr. Adani or Mr. Ambani or whoever, but I know, I'll just give you an incidence of Ambani's. I respect them a lot, but when it comes to giving the money, they will not give the money. They are Pushti Margi. Pushti Margi means they are followers of Srinath Ji. So if you go to Bombay, they have the Reliance Cultural Center. So when they get those Pichwai made, they don't want to pay the artist. So in our culture, people would pay for the mandir, for the shadi and the makan. Maximum charitable, one piyau outside the road. So we do not have the giving culture. We have Warren Buffett has given away his all 70 million to Bill Gates Foundation. not a single penny to his children. So, I am just floating the idea. We all can combine, but we will continue the dialogue. We are open to listening it. My interest, I grew up here. I owe something to the country. I need to give back before I kick the bucket. So, we just shared an idea. It's not an end, it's not a closed discussion, it's an open discussion. We'll continue the discussion. Like you said, maybe Adani, maybe government, maybe anybody, since we have the idea, then something will materialize. So with that, I think let's have good masala tea and some snack, and then we'll have the last session. Please come.
Play. Play.
Good afternoon. I think it's time to move on to our last session of the evening, I think. Is it program? Oh, piche pada left में. So this is the last program of the evening, and then we have the closing remarks, which will be a few minutes. So it's my privilege to, so we have 5 panelists for this discussion, and the way it is that you can ask a question, I will moderate the question, and they will answer according to the capacity. I'm going to tell you who is specialized in what. So you can address the question accordingly, and if you don't know who's who, just ask the question, the appropriate person in the panel would answer the question. So in no order of seniority, let me invite Dr. Archana Singhal as the panelist. She has more than 270 PubMed index publications. She is a dermatologist by profession and chair of the department. She has edited 4 books, 50 chapters. She is editor-in-chief of the Indian Journal of Dermatology, Venereology and Leprology. She is associate section editor for British Journal of Dermatology, editorial board member, Journal of European Academy of Dermatology and Venereology. She has received numerous awards. Just by the how many editorships she has, you can imagine the rest her CV should be running at least 100-page long. So we are happy to welcome her as the panelist of the day. Now, the next speaker, panelist, is Dr. Albina Nair. And she is PhD in biochemistry and currently at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. She has a postgraduate diploma in health economics, healthcare financing, and policy. So indexing and all these things, and there was a question about impact factor and the APC charging, all those questions should be addressed to her. She has more than 12 years of editorial experience with the Indian Journal of Medicine Research and member of the World Association of Medical Editors. She has won numerous awards and is on the ethics committee of various scientific publishing companies, where she deals with the regulatory ethics, research integrity for the publication. Next is Dr. Rahul Ramachandran. He is PhD. He needs a much bigger applause, and I'll tell you why. He is a non-doctor. He works for NASA. He is a very big shot, but he cannot participate as a NASA representative in the meeting. Therefore, we have taken away the word NASA from the written context everywhere. However, he has agreed to participate. He is one of the experts in the artificial intelligence. So you can ask him any question regarding artificial intelligence, whether as it pertains to medical publishing or what is new and how it will impact our lives and what we can do with it. He has many peer-reviewed publications and I made very significant contributions to the aerospace science. He has also received the Presidential Early Award from President Obama, so he is very highly accomplished. It's my honor to invite Dr. Surinder Rana. He is 623 publications. He deserves a very big congratulations. And he is also professor in charge and in charge of the Tulsidas Library, PGI, Chandigarh. And then, very distinct honor to invite Dr. Bipin Batra, who has been the chair of the National Board of Examination in Medical Sciences in India. He just stepped down about 2 years back, and he is very, very knowledgeable in policy making, especially as it pertains to examinations oversight and postgraduate medical education and examination. So with that, the session is open, and I would like to invite the audience to ask the first question. If you do not have a question, I have too many to ask. So please. Yes, sir. Mike? So please state your name, who you are, and then ask the question.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Harpreet Singh. I'm the Dean of Research from Desh Bhagat University, Mandi Gobindgarh, that's in Punjab. And I'm the Editor-in-Chief of International Journal of Health, Environment and Research. My question is to the NASA guy. Sorry.
Rahul Ramachandran.
Ramachandran sir, I have a simple question, because you have expertise in artificial intelligence, and everybody wants to know or do more kind of online learning programs about artificial intelligence. If you could just tell us which one according to you is the best and most reliable one to do, so that we can enhance our knowledge and that program has some kind of credibility when we write it in our CV, and there's something much to learn. Preferably a hybrid mode, because we are all professionals and we cannot just go there and do on-site. Thank you.
Is this on? Great question. I would suggest going to Coursera. There are courses by Andrew Ng out of Stanford that are fantastic. They're at different levels. I think within Coursera there is something called deeplearning.ai, and those have courses ranging from just for beginners to all the way for people who are computer scientists. So I think that's the best resource I would recommend for you to basically learn. I think the thing to learn for everyone right now would be learning how to do prompt engineering. Like, how do you ask questions the right way to the LLM so that you get the right answer?
Again about AI. So we would like to know, as editors, we are all dealing with journals, and now that we are all adapting to the AI technology. My question is whether, it is totally 100% safe to put our data in AI for examination and all that, since, everything is copyright protected, and as editors, we take the responsibility. So whether the copyright infringement is totally taken care of in the safe AI networks, or how does it work?
Good question. I would say probably not, because everything goes back to the servers there, right? So if I am using information that's proprietary to NASA, we have to use models that are firewalled off so they don't go back to the parent company. So we have our own instances of language models that we run. So everything stays within our firewall and the information is protected there. So be careful about that. That's a great question, though.
Next question.
Yeah, this is from author's perspective. For instance, I did excellent prompt engineering, and I asked certain questions, and I did a research literature survey, and then I wrote it in my own language, and I submitted it back to AI for, say, a grammar check or a language check. So is my final product safe? I mean, would it, again, if it comes for copyright and all, or plagiarism, is it safe? That is my question.
Lots of things to unpack there.
So one is, I am doing everything. I am asking the questions. I generated the information, though the information came from the AI. But then I put it together, I used my own perspective, and then sent it back.
Yeah, I think that's potentially okay from copyright perspective. I think as long as when you're publishing it, you're open about how you use the AI in terms of even for your doing grammar checks, correcting proofreading, proof editing, as long as you're open about it, I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was another thing that was brought up in the morning about rejection period that journals generally take. So I think Dogra sir pointed out that sometimes it so happens that the editors would reject a journal or reject a paper like 9 or 10 months down the line. And is it acceptable, or maybe how much period is an acceptable period if you are to reject a paper? This is something because medical editors are generally multitasking and not only doing medical editing. So maybe Dr. Albina.
Thank you for that, and that's the sticky bucket that comes up every single time. So to answer your question, yes, it's a loss if we delay for whatever reason. And that's something that each and every editor needs to curb consciously, whether there is a delay at the level of desk level decision pertaining to a rejection, or if it is post peer review. So having said that, I can talk about our journal, IJMR. We have consciously made efforts towards decreasing the timelines, and you will get a desk rejection between 0 day to, if you don't mind, 2-3 days now. If you submit an article, worst comes to worst, is there holidays, then within a week. And if an article was sent for peer review, you would get the first decision in 4 weeks, ma'am, whether it's rejection or not. So I think timelines are absolutely essential towards quick decision making. And yes, I guess all editors are trying to curb that. Ma'am, would you like to add?
Yeah, I think submission to publication time is the key, but I think Albina is pretty overambitious. For original article, 4 weeks post-review is almost impossible, because sometimes it takes 4 weeks for certain, niche original article to find a peer reviewer, and then, of course, you have to set a deadline from the editor's desk. So I have set a deadline for case report and all. Once it passes the technical check, if it comes to me or my associate editors, we get the manuscripts divided amongst us. The decision has to be within a week. But for original article after peer review, sometimes it takes 3 months also. But then when you reject such articles, you give a fair review process details and the lacuna, so that the author is able to incorporate those changes, and if you want to resubmit to your journal or he submits somewhere else. But yes, very, very important is to establish a timeline for everything. Otherwise, it's an open Pandora box and can go haywire.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Venkat. I have 2 questions. It's joined together. The first question is what you have responded for the desk rejection. What exactly is the criteria what you do for the desk rejection? And following that, I have the second question. Is this acceptance rate, what we call it standard, is there a criteria of to, for example, from the desk rejection, that is also an acceptance rate, after the peer review, acceptance rate, after the peer review when it's the second round, that time also. Like, I wanted some comments on both the points.
All right. So your first question was about desk rejections, the criteria. So typically for any journal, the criteria would first and foremost include the scope, whether the article fits into the scope of the journal, whether the type of article that demands that particular format, it fits into the journal context. And then that's pretty much mainly, that's the main part actually. Other than that, yes, we have poorly written, it's just literally like 4 lines or something. I mean, you can't even call it an article, So blogs and things like that, that won't be considered. And if there is any kind of detected plagiarism, that is a big no. Of course, there's a bit of a leeway that most journals would consider, whether that the plagiarism is in the method section and that can be salvaged by informing the authors to probably provide a reference and take care of that. That's a bit of a way of journals to handhold authors, to encourage them so that authors don't feel deterred, basically. But then if there's an extensive plagiarism, then certainly that's a big no, because that would require like a lot of inputs from the editorial and it would be like a waste of time for the author as well. So these are basically the main criteria, and I think many journals do consider also the study period. Like I can tell you, most of the international journals would not consider articles if the data generated and included in the article was more than 3 years old. We would be a bit more relaxed in that context and more encouraging towards longitudinal data, which could be older. And in case of secondary analysis, there again, we would be more lenient in that way. Like, for example, if you've done a secondary analysis of the NFHS 4 or 5, so we won't go like, okay, if NFHS 5 is there, why are you doing 4 analysis or you're doing a comparative analysis? So mostly the desk level rejection is done in a fashion that it is more pro for the authors, more conducive for consideration. It is not to reject. It is more to how we can be more inclusive. That's my take on that. So yes, acceptance, if you go from the journal portals, it would be from the total number of articles submitted, the whole thing, and for example, in the year 2024, from calendar year Jan 1st to December 31st, total number of submissions, total rejected, total accepted, that would be the thing. However, yes, if you talk about a report in terms of the journal context, we would consider all articles processed for peer review and then accepted or rejected.
In the convention, I mean, how is it other journals, like reputed journals, how are they doing? And how IJMR is doing?
So, basically, they don't consider like the acceptance rate. What is important to all journals, whether IJMR or international journals, is the TTD, basically. So, that desk rejection is one component of it. And basically, you don't segregate in terms of how many got, accepted in the first round of peer review, or how many went for re-evaluation. No. It would be like, the ideal way is like total number of unsolicited articles, and out of that, how many were accepted.
Yeah, it's the same way we are doing. And I think most of the international journals are doing the same way. At least I can vouch for British Journal of Dermatology, for which I happen to be a associate section editor. So it's done the same way, like desk rejections and then post-peer review rejections of the total number. And I think scope of the article is very, very important. Like sometime we never have the intention to reject anything, but if we get an original article which has only mouse model experiment and it doesn't align with our readership, because we are most of the clinical dermatologists, we do try to include the basic research, but that should have some potential clinical translation into practice, right? So we suggest very politely, and this is done from the desk of the editor, that they can submit it to their specialty journal, right? If I get an article, like yesterday I got an article which was out and out surgical, abdominal hysterectomy and some cutaneous manifestation, and they had presented a data of 15 years. But that was not valid for us, so scope is very important.
One more different angle question, like editorial board, let us suppose you have 10 people. Any of the journals, do they mention their role? For example, forget about the editor-in-chief, associate editor. Then there's an editorial board. Any of the journals, do they define their role? What exactly should be, or what do they do?
I can say, like in IJDVL, we have editor-in-chief, then we have 5 associate editors. All the manuscripts that crosses the technical check gets equally divided among 6 of us. But then, according to the area of expertise, we have 19 section editors. So the article is, and the section editor doesn't know, it's blinded. Only up to the associate editors we know from where the manuscript is coming. So after that, according to the area of expertise of the section editor, the manuscripts are assigned to them, and they know, like, again, I am also very fond of designing timelines. We have timelines for everything, so they have to assign for peer review within 1 week, and of course they have to get the peer review, which we have, like for original article, it has to be minimum 3 to 4 peer review. For case reports and other letters and viewpoints, it is minimum 2. So that has to be done. First round should be done at least not more than 6 to 8 weeks for original articles, and preferably within 4 weeks for the other, smaller articles.
Thank you.
My question is to...
IJDVL has a very different, which I think Dr. Ramam introduced, content editing. So sometime, it's now there are certain journals which do not care for the grammar and, the language check. Like Mycosis, it's an international journal. They are ready to accept any language provided you are able to understand what is being conveyed. They are not fussy. But of course, in IJDVL, once the letter is accepted, once the manuscript is accepted, it goes to the content editor. If there is certain thing that has been missed out on by the reviewers or by the section editor, and then that is added. And if there is because we get a lot of manuscripts from the non-native English speakers like China, Taiwan, Korea, Indonesia, and their content is very good. If the content is very good, we make an effort to polish it and make it, refine it language-wise and grammar-wise. So that's an additional step. Earlier, we have like deadlines 10 days for the original article and the review and the meta-analysis. So, and 7 days for other manuscripts. So 7 to 10 days, this is an extra time, but this really refines the article for the readers. So it is done in an editable Word format, so that, some authors are not very tech savvy and they do not want to make big changes, or, sometime in the PDF format. So this becomes easier for us, and to and fro, movement after the galley proof and all is avoided. Another thing IJDVL, as dermatology is a visual science, we have image editors. So one of the important cause for rejection from the editor's desk is suboptimal quality of images. If an article is too good, and we think that when in print, the quality further gets compromised. So such manuscripts are converted into the net articles, whether it's a net study or, images. And another thing that I have introduced in IJDVL is that all original article and all studies, they first go to the statistical editors, because most of we are clinician and our statistical acumen is not that great. So to tell that authors that after peer review that your methodology was flawed is not fine. So if they go to the statistical editor, sometimes the methodology is not rectifiable at that point of time. So it gets rejected there and then within a week's time. But if it is okay, then it gets passed on for the peer review.
My question is for Dr. Surendra Rana, sir. As the editor of a super specialty journal like Journal of Digestive Endoscopy, how critical it is for an editor to manage a super specialty journal in India in terms of management of the overall content quality? And my second question is that what do you think is the critical role of the publisher in terms of supporting with the technicalities of the software, for example, as well as the publishing support in terms of strategy for indexing and the overall growth? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very important question. Super specialty journals, as you would understand, the base is very narrow. So the number of articles which comes to a super specialty journal would be very less as compared to a journal specialty article. So the challenges, especially like for a super specialty, which is an endoscopy, so it is basically a super specialty of a super specialty. So the number of articles which we get are very limited, especially the original articles. So we have a challenge of having a sufficient number of articles as well as maintaining the quality, because you just can't accept any article. So the one biggest challenge is, one, obviously the number of articles. Secondly is having an editorial board, because super specialties in institutions is very limited. So to have a broader base, you will have to include people who are into practice and also are interested in academics. So that's again is a big challenge for running a super specialty journals. And then obviously a peer review for people who are into interventions. It's very difficult to get these people to review. So you have to have a good review base, which again is a big challenge for running a super specialty journal. So to my mind, these are three big challenges for running a super specialty journal. Regarding your second question from the publisher, I think the important support would be to have a good quality submitting platform. The authors would feel encouraged if the submissions process is simplified. I have been editing a couple of journals where the publishers are a little reluctant to implement the changes. They are more stringent on having the forms and other things signed and uploaded. So that increases the workload for authors, and authors don't like those journals where the submission process is more complicated vis-a-vis an journal where the submission process is simplified. Like for example, our endoscopy top journal for America is GI Endoscopy, which has a very simplified submission process. They call it submission the author's way. So you just paste everything in one PDF uploaded. If it is, gone through the first peer review and it is found to be maybe suitable, then the second submission would be as per the submitting criteria of the journal. So that increases the authors or encourages the authors to submit the articles. And second is obviously an editing support. We need to have good English editing and language editing for the articles, because many of the articles written by endoscopists may not be of a high quality English, and grammatical errors would be there. So that sort of support is needed, that editing should be provided in a substantial manner. It should not be just a simple grammarly check and then the article is sent for publications. So I think these are two important issues which publisher needs to provide to us.
So just a comment on the English language support. In my department, many years back, America is an English-speaking country. Still, I implemented a editorial support. Any radiology resident could write any article and submit to this person, and she will comply with the author guidelines and make the article suitable, figure legend to be in that compliance, English that compliance, and submit the paper. With that, what used to happen is that you are responsible to create the skeleton and the appropriate science. You provide the figure, you describe the disease, and somebody else will polish it and write accordingly what the journal wants. So the productivity can also increase very significantly. So now my question is for Dr. Bipin Batra, and the question is there a requirement in the postgraduate courses to demonstrate scholarly activity? Like in the US, all my radiology residents must demonstrate at least 2 to 3 scholarly activities, and how they are demonstrated is by publishing in a peer-reviewed journal which is indexed in PubMed. So are there any such requirements in the Indian system?
Right. So thank you, Professor Dogra, for a very nice question. There is no mandatory requirement as of now in post-graduation, although since last year a major change has been made that thesis is now substitutable by a published paper in an index journal in the Diplomat National Board programs. So that is a progressive step, that the thesis is dispensable. For some other programs which are affiliated to Royal Colleges, we are running in India a large spectrum of course residency programs which operate with affiliation to the Royal Colleges of UK. So there are a large number of scholarly activities which are mandatory, which the basic requirement over there is at least 2 quality improvement projects which include complete cycles of PDS, which means loop closure is mandatory, and we earlier used to call them clinical audits. And beyond them, a publication or a presentation at a regional or a local conference is strongly encouraged in that. So that is the current scenario.
So I have a
Delhi University mandates 1 published paper and 2 presentation before you can appear for MD exam.
I have a question.
Mike.
Since I'm from the field of dentistry, I would like to add that the Dental Council of India, there is a mandate for at least one research paper publication before you sit for your post-grad exam. But there is no condition about the indexing status of the journal. It could be anything, but 1 research paper, and of course 2 presentations, 1 poster presentation, 1 scientific paper presentation in the specialty conference. Not any conference in the whole 3 years, but 1 paper is a must.
Thank you. So we will follow up with the next question. I'm going to ask questions in terms of practical issues I have faced in last 35 years. So the other issue is, in the Indian publication specifically, you have an article which came, it was peer reviewed, found to be excellent, is accepted. It goes for gully proof. Now all of a sudden the author writes a letter saying, please add Dr. Dogra, he has contributed very significantly to this paper as an author. So I always write back to them, where were you when the article was submitted? If Dr. Dogra had contributed so significantly, his name should have been added right in the beginning. So indirectly what I am trying to say, there is a pressure to add the mentor or the chair or head of the department as an author, which comes up as a secondary thought. So the question is 2 parts. Number 1, whose prerogative it is to allow, and the second is, should it be, and third is, why is it there? So I think why is it there should be answered by Dr. Bipin Batra, and whose authority it is should be answered by the editors. Rahul himself was also editor of a journal, so you are also free to answer, and of course Archana and Albina all are free to answer. Please.
I think the sometimes it becomes very difficult to objectively quantify that what exactly is the contribution. So eventually it's teamwork, but I fully agree to the process that blanket observations should be avoided, and generally we follow a descending order in terms of contribution, and people do make a mark over there because of their seniority, presence, irrespective of the contribution.
But that's not the answer, that's not the truth. You just sugar-coated it and made idiot out of me. I need the truth. We are here, we are adults, we can tolerate everything.
So I can speak for what we do for IGDVL. So we have on the website, earlier we used to have like 10 authors for a single case report and 8 from one department, and now we have a very drafted guidelines as author guidelines that for case report 4, including +2 from other collaboratory departments. It's not very hard and fast because now recently I got where a gastroenterologist was involved and microbiologist, pathologist and neurologist, and of course so then we can only for under special circumstances we can allow more than 4 or more than 6 whatever, but otherwise it has to stay confined. Part 2, that nobody gets added once the article is accepted. Only during peer review, or if there is there can be an oversight, but it has to be realized by the authors before the acceptance. After acceptance, nobody gets added. That's hard and fast rule. However they want to do it, they have to manage with their bosses. And this is because I learned from many people, I think that people are paying money to get added. Under one circumstances, like it's a case report where there are number of pathology images, but a pathologist has not been included. So we ask the authors to include a pathologist also, just to be sure of the content that as we are publishing. So that is it.
So I'd like to come in because yes, this is a sticky conversation, but then it's a very important one because it entitles the credit of contribution, which is important to the authors. So it's most likely handled on a case-to-case basis, and yes, most of the cases we do not consider additions post-acceptance. But lately what I have realized is we do a lot of public health, so we get a lot of multicentric studies, and we've had instances where some of the people who were like project staff and things like that from particular center who did the data collection, and they were excluded from the authorship, and they were probably acknowledged, and that acknowledgement wouldn't serve them a good enough reason for an application. So to be more inclusive in that way, at IGMR, what we do is not to be policing in that sense. However, we initiate a dialogue. We initiate a dialogue with all the authors, not just the corresponding author. And we try and get them to talk amongst each other, to come to a consensus so that no credit is dropped out. Because at the end of the day, in fact, right now, globally, there is a dialogue saying that why should you decide as to who contributed more? If it is a senior author and the number of publications is not a criteria for his performance assessments, then he can be the corresponding author, and all the other people, all the kids who contributed to some part of the study, they can have a shared authorship. So so we also do that. We never used to do that earlier, but now we do. We have not 1 or 2. We can have like 6 or 8 authors who contributed equally. In which case, their names would appear in like A, B, C, D, not like 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think, or we would just put a symbol and, we would say that there's a star or a dagger saying that they contributed equally, because it would matter that contribution would matter to somebody, so long as we have academic performance assessments like, Dr. Sharman Singh was saying, you were saying, so long as we are assessing our authors and students based on the number of publications, it is also our duty to be as inclusive as possible.
So I will just share our experience, how we do. So before a project is undertaken, it's customary in the US that you assemble your team and then you discuss who is going to do what. It is not, the authorship is not based upon who is senior and who is junior. The authorship is purely based upon who is doing the major scud work and whose idea it is. If the idea belongs to me, my CV is 100 pages, I am 4-track professor, I need no more publication, however, I will be the first author. Because I am the one who created the whole thing, I am the one who wrote everything. You came and you wrote 2 sentences, you brought 1 figure, you wrote 1 figure legend, you are junior, that will not entitle you to become the first author. Then, who is going to do statistics, who is going to do figures, who is going to do what is all decided, and then the work starts. And the authorship is decided before the work starts. There is no ambiguity. No, that is how it is. That is how it is. So I am just sharing the culture. That is how we do it. Every time. Because in the US, this is a very big issue of not writing somebody's name, not giving him appropriate order. Because in the US, it is author number 1 who gets the maximum point, author 2 gets the second point, 3rd, 4th, 5th get 0, and the last one gets 0. So when you come to promotion, please, Mike.
I think most of the editors that side, I am on their behalf also. I am not agreeing to you. Because the US also, I think those particularly like the clinical case, who sees, manages the patient and treats the patient, or in the paramedics or other departments who actually works, they are the first author. Idea person is usually the senior author, corresponding author. I beg to differ. In US also, it is like that, and mostly it happens. And because we have done international, collaborative research also, the idea person, they were usually the corresponding author.
Who?
Corresponding author. Senior person, corresponding author. So that is usually the trend all over the globe. But I don't know, maybe your experience is something different.
No, no. So
yeah.
I am not speaking from my individual experience.
Yeah, because I have published from US also. So that's why in US also I was on fellowship. I was first author. Idea was, of course, my mentors, but I worked there as a fellowship. So usually this is who works in the lab or who works on the patient, he is actually the first author. And Dr. Albina gave very nice, example of real life example. So say, for example, you are collaborating and all are PI or actual worker of that center. So they should have, because they have equally, say for 100 patients from each center, they should have equal contribution. So like that.
No, so this is not how it happens in America. Across the globe, this is not how it happens. The way I shared, that is how it happens. If somebody has a slightly different experience, it could have happened. There are always exceptions to the rule. Because in medicine, there is nothing 100%. What I am discussing is a general rule of thumb. And as a background, I am on the editorial board of virtually every radiology journal. I am on the society of every Continent's Radiology Society, I have helped start journals for Elsevier Science, Radiology Clinics of North America, ultrasound clinics. So I am speaking from the universal experience, not what DOGRA does. Just to be clear, what I am stating is not my individual rule. I am just stating what is being practiced. And to the extent in America, if you want to oblige somebody and you add his name without asking him, he will take you to the court.
I think the
Sir, we move on to the next question that is coming from our online participant. The person asking the question is Dr. Arvind Guru. He is a surgical oncologist from Punjab and also the executive editor of one of our journals, Asian Journal of Oncology. The question is directed to Dr. Albina and Dr. Surendra. His question is that if it is IJMR, which is a multidisciplinary journal of big repute versus a super specialty journal as Journal of Digestive Endoscopy, what are the challenges as well as the strategies to increase the reviewer database? How you engage the reviewers, which eventually helps take the journals forward?
I think I had briefly answered that question when you had asked that, engaging reviewers for a super specialty journal is a challenge. So, what we have been doing over last 1 year to increase the reviewer database for our journal is to go across the globe, not even just limited to India. We just try to get our friends and other students who are abroad to help us in review process. So when we constituted our editorial board, we were aware of these challenges, so we got the editorial board from across the globe. And then once you have people from across the globe on your board, you will have some of these suggestions of reviewers from those people. And then obviously gradually you can increase the database. And then plus we encourage our students who are in institutions, once they are in final year of their super specialization, that they should get into peer review. And so we get them into a mentored peer review where the papers which we are reviewing, we ask them to review and then increase the reviewer database by getting these people into the review process. And then we have some good clinicians who are in practice, but because of being busy into practice, they don't have time to do into academics. But then we have been able to encourage few of them to devote some amount of time into publishing and peer reviewing. So that's how gradually we have been able to build up a substantial reviewer database for even an endoscopy society journal.
Good evening. Sir.
The follow-up question is, some journals pay the reviewer to review. So I do not know what is right or what is wrong. Would love to hear your consensus. What do you think of paying a reviewer to review the article? All of you are welcome to answer.
I think it's not a very good option of paying, because I don't think so that's going to increase your either the quality of the reviews or your reviewer database, because I have worked for journals which pay their reviewers. So most of the journals follow a model that where authors want a quick review or a quick decision, accelerated or a faster peer review. You have to pay a certain amount of more money to that journal so that it gives you a faster decision. But the amount of money which is paid to the reviewer is not huge. So I don't think so that would be so motivating that you will have an increased reviewer database. So personally, I am not in favor of remuneration for reviewing, because I think that probably will not serve any purpose, neither the quality nor the numbers. I would love to hear what you all feel.
So should I take the reviewer payments question first, or the one? All right.
The most important.
So, all right. So, as a piece of information, IJMR has started remunerating its reviewers since the past year in recognition of their contribution to the peer review process. and I can share some positive experiences. This is from evidence base that we have gained from the past 1 year. For context, that, ma'am, it's an office order. So we pay a token amount, not much. And so to say, IJMR is published without any article publishing charges. It is freely published online, and this is a completely in-house effort to recognize and incentivize the reviewers for their contribution, academic contribution. And we have some good experiences. Having said that, IJMR is in a way lucky because of its long-standing. We've had a lot of loyal reviewers, and they are exhilarated to be recognized for their services. It may not be anything. It may be like a sitting fee, a half-day sitting fee, so to say. But then it's extremely encouraging just because they feel more recognized, and it's an over and above incentive to the reviewer credits, so to say, the pub peer credits, so to say. So it's not a very bad idea, and I know that if you're not taking any article processing charges, so to say, then it is literally like charity in a way. But it's very good for the journal, so to say. And then coming back to the question which Dr. Sunny was reading out about reviewer database, again, it's a lot of effort, and I see recently there was an article which was circulating, published in one of the newspapers as well, that finding good reviewers is a real challenge. Yes, it is a huge challenge, but then we have found a lot of strategies to it. Let me go from current to the way back. Currently, we have an excellent team of 12 associate editors who also enrich our database with domain-specific reviewers. In the past, we've had this practice of finding reviewers from the reference list of articles. For instance, if there's an article submitted, the most relevant articles cited would be the ones which are cited in that paper. So we had this practice of going through the whole reference list of the articles which were being reviewed and identify neutral experts who were not related with that writing group with good profiles. And that kind of enriched our database quite a bit. Going forth, we are also opening an open call, an expression of interest for inviting reviewers, which would probably go on the floors next month. We're inviting all Indian scientists, whoever feel that they wish to review, they can give us some time, and they also feel that they are exceptionally good and they're capable of reviewing. So we are inviting that as well. So I think anything that would contribute toward increasing the reviewer database is a requirement today.
Hello. I would like to make a comment. I would like to make a comment on paying peer reviewer. I think as far as decision-making authority is known that this reviewer has been paid, I think it is justifiable. Because sometimes accepting peer reviewer based on the remuneration may allow the reviewer to accept the much more article to peer reviewers compared to their capacity. And that may affect their decision power and scientific integrity.
No, that's an excellent observation, and we are a government organization, so we have all those checkpoints.
Actually, I had published an article in Indian Journal of Community Medicine on that incentivized peer reviewer is good or bad. That is available online. Second thing, I would like to make a comment on Dogra sir's previous questions. Adding author after acceptance. Whatever Indian things is, I am not sugar-coated, that's what sir told, is look, guiding a student or operating a patient does not make you author, according to what ICMGE says. For authorship criteria are very stringent and that has to be followed. So if I guide my PG and I do not contribute to the writing, I may not be the author. So authorship criteria are very strict, and as far as adding author is concerned, our journal allows to add an author only at the stage of revision. At the stage of first revision, after that we are not allowing to add an author. After acceptance, not at all. Our journal came across one situation where after acceptance, author is demanding to remove an author from the article. So for that we have fight, and we send disclosure form to all the authors independently without informing each other. And after that we have removed that author. That author was also very reputable. So that type of situation also comes to our notice.
So I think there's a lot of speculation in this field regarding these things, because we do come across, as you have experienced, on a case-to-case basis. So I think it's a very ethical thing for our editors, us editors, to introspect about whether we want to be stringent gatekeepers, is that our job, or whether we need to play the role of facilitators to facilitate research. And here we are talking about brain drain in India and no lack of research output and less number of people ranking in the Stanford ranking list. So I think there's a regressive mindset. This is my personal perspective. And we need to break free from what our roles are as gatekeepers. We need to see beyond, certainly.
So if I may...
I disagree with Albina on that matter. Research in India, whether we like it or not, I'm not sugarcoating, is in a very poor state, at least in medical colleges. And if I can say this sitting in the capital of India, I think it's really bad. Because what we say research for medical fraternity is what the PG theses are. 80% of the PG theses are translated into original articles. We do not have, like in DU, Delhi University of Delhi, like the clinical PhD students were not accepted. For a brief period of time, they were allowed. I also had a PhD student with me who is now in America only. So it's not about brain drain because they are not able to publish. The brain drain is because they are not able to do what they want to do, because the facility, because of the resource constraint, whether it is the resource constraint in the in the form of manpower or equipment or the technology, because we do not have the kind of support. Like we get 50% of our submissions are from overseas, not from India. And the way their papers are worked, like it's very difficult to reject them. The way they have done their workup, for our workup is mostly incomplete except from few premier institutes like AIIMS and PGI Chandigarh. And recently somebody had written a letter to us, that he wrote a letter to me that, I have seen 2 issues and 18% or 20% of the authorship is from PGI Chandigarh or from. To promote the authorship from India or from other institute, we cannot compromise on the content quality, is it? So that cannot happen. So the brain drain is not because they are not able to publish in high impact journals.
So in the last few minutes.
And secondly, I want to also, we do not encourage remuneration for reviewers, but we do have a list of revered reviewers. I have introduced a system of reviewer rating when the section editors submit the recommendations, and we publish their names in the first issue of this thing, and we also reward them, give them a plaque in the national conference every year. So I think that serves as a big incentive, and we get lots of applications from the younger faculty who, yeah.
So, hold on. So now we have another 5 minutes to close the session. So there are 2 questions, and I have 2 questions, we have 4. So in 5 minutes, we need to ask 1 minute per question. So you have 20 seconds to ask.
So it's not a question, it's a statement, sir.
Okay. So you have 1 minute. Please make the statement.
On the question of paying the reviewers, I represent the Indian Society of Periodontology. So we started a system wherein we appreciate or we recognize the reviewers, the top quality reviewers, by waiving off registration charges for a conference. Rather than paying them directly, it's not the number of papers you review, but the editor decides the quality of the review which is sent, and they compile a list which is sent to the head office, based on which those 10 people that year, the conference registration fees are waived off.
Thank you.
That's excellent. So I'd like to just add that we have the same reviewer rating system, and we do acknowledge our reviewers and we don't really have any fee for waiver, you know.
So I have two questions. One is to let you know how the reviewer gets paid in America. The departments incentivize it. So if I am a reviewer for 10 journals, and I document, every journal gives you a proper data that you reviewed this paper, and for each one paper you get 0.3 points, and 1 point is on average $750. That is how departments incentivize you. So an American, when you ask him, but this has to be a PubMed PMID recognized journal. And some faculties make $30,000 to $40,000 just by reviewing the articles. That is legal. So that is how they get paid. The question I wanted to ask was to Dr. Rahul Ramachandran, that can we use AI in a very sophisticated manner as an editor to review the final review of the paper when two reviewers have accepted, and if I have a little dilemma that one reviewer may be biased, can I use AI rather than my brain?
In practice, yes, but I probably wouldn't recommend it. I would probably say use it as a first review to see whether it meets your quality for your journal publication, and that way you can weed out a lot of the low quality submissions that you have, and that would minimize your work.
Thank you. So I think if anybody else has any burning question, hold on. People who have already asked two questions, the third question is on payment only. No free question. So you are free to ask third question, I will decide your payment. Okay, yes sir.
If you have accepted the paper, because there's a lot of rigorous reviewers have reviewed and the whole thing is done, and so finally it happened to me, and then everything was done. It took almost 2 months, and then when you send the letter to the author that your paper is accepted, the author says that, sorry, I want to withdraw it because it is already published. So are there any constant guidelines which or it varies from one journal to the other, that what kind of action should be taken, or you just take it case to case, or you are too lenient, or you are too strict on this?
It has happened to me recently, and that was an original article. It
Same happened with me.
Peer reviews, and
Yes.
he said that I had simultaneously submitted. He was upfront, that I have simultaneously submitted. We got a mail, and we want to withdraw the article. What can you do? You can't do anything. Your peer review has been wasted. Thankfully, we are not, giving payment for the reviewers. That would have gotten wasted.
But do you think we should be making a kind of a policy on this? So COPE has a flow chart, but yes, then is it like, are we really implementing it? It's an individual choice. I mean, based on the editor, right?
You can put a cap on a policy like we have on our journal that, multiple simultaneous submissions are not allowed. And if they breach that, then you can, the journal can take a decision saying the next article that you submit will not be considered. Okay. So that's a case-to-case basis, and it's an off-target effect. You can't really do anything.
Yeah. There was.
Yeah, this is in response to the query and the subsequent answer whether AI can serve as an alternative to our brain. I mean, it is a very poor alternative as of now. And as I had and I had, in fact, argued, I think, quite vociferously in favor of integrating AI totally in our editorial management system. But I was very careful to point out that at no point, not even on a single point in that very detailed workflow, can we allow AI to supplant the human agent, that is the editor or reviewer. The AI cannot, I repeat, cannot have any kind of ability to take the judgment call or to act as a kind of a decider in accepting or recommending rejection of any article. That ability or responsibility is of the reviewer and or the editor alone. If we let go of this, what the AI can do, AI can point out the pointers based on facts, that this is what I found out in the article. Based on those absolutely factual data, it is for the reviewer or editor to take the decision. Thank you.
Great point.
There was that on the back side, there's the last question of the session. Please give me the mic. Yeah, please ask.
Good evening, sir and ma'am, all present here, respected teachers. I am an MBBS undergraduate student, so like all the sessions we are having from morning, multiple points have been shared by many of the speakers that the research encouragement in the undergraduates as well as the postgraduate student is quite less, leading to a, I can say, poor quality of publishing in our country. So for that, we also we have ICMR STS that encourages us to conduct researches and all that. So just as an undergraduate perspective, I just wanted to know your views. My first question is that after rejection from ICMR STS, we often don't get the peer review, we don't get the reason why it got rejected. I know the submissions are many, but it would have helped us to develop, modify our project.
We got your question. I will answer your question first.
And the second question?
No, one at a time.
Yes.
I cannot remember two things in my life. One,
yes.
We'll answer first question. Most of the time, editor will look at the manuscript and the editorial board will make a decision not to send the manuscript for peer review because of many reasons, and the commonest being not following the author guidelines. So the article is rejected, therefore there are no comments why article was rejected. The comments are only there if the editor had decided to send the article for peer review and peer review suggested to reject. So that's why some articles have a point-wise discussion why it was rejected, some articles don't have. And then number three, it is the discretion of the editor. Most editors get hundreds of articles. They go through it and make a decision whether they want to review it or they don't want to review it. So second question, that will be the last one. Go ahead.
Sir, actually my first question was not regarding publishing in a journal. It was regarding an ICMR STS, the short-term studentship in that case.
Please give a mic to...
It is also the more of a duty of your supervisor actually.
So I think his question is about
short-term
studentship proposal being rejected.
He is asking the question about the short-term student project.
Yeah.
Okay, they are students, MBBS students. They apply for short-term student projects to the ICMR. Okay, so once they are rejected, they are not passing on the comments by these students have been rejected. So that is the story which is happening. Okay, they don't do they don't pass on any comments. There are some which are accepted because their quality is good, so that is why they are accepted. No. But he is asking some question which we should answer, because I am a dean research there, so I know how it is being done, everything. So we have this institute paying. In some institutes they are paying. They have, for example, in Jipumar we have G.J. Strauss. Okay, so we have 40 students being given 10,000 rupees as a supporting grant for doing a 2-month research projects. And there is a system evaluation, and when they are evaluating, they are passing on the comments why it is their research project has not been accepted. Okay, so that is
Thank you. I know there are many questions. We can continue the discussion outside. We also have to vacate the hall, otherwise they will throw us out physically. I want to thank the panelists for wonderful presentation and discussion, each and every one of them. Thank you again. And now I will thank the audience for their absolute great participation. This was the first experiment in bringing out the truth. I am very happy that 80% of the discussion was without sugar coating, 20% was with sugar coating. It's okay, I accept it. We discussed that in India we need accountability. We discussed that we need improvement in our research, in our English, in our publication. We need to overcome plagiarism. We need to have a better review system. We need to hold people accountable if they are doing mistakes. And do not chalta hai attitude is not good. You are creating problem for yourself. We talked about indexing. There were very good suggestions of Government of India, Mr. Adani. I know he's very good at it, because now Adani Airport in Mumbai also sells sweets made by them when you are sitting there. So business after business. So we should approach them. We should approach many other people, and there is also opportunity to create our own indexing service as a non-profit organization. Where there is a will, there is a way. And I am personally very much committed in that. We are going to continue with this fellowship, this conference next year. Only thing is, I am not sure if the free model is working, because until unless you have skin in the game, people show total irresponsibility. So that's one lesson I have learned little slowly. I am not too old. They say old dogs don't learn the new tricks, but I am a dog who will still learn the tricks. We also have a thought process of starting 4 editorial fellowships to felicitate improvement in this. It is an open call for anyone who would like to be a mentor for 3 months to allow a person. We will have a committee for selection. People can apply 3-month scientific scholar editorial fellowship under a mentor who is qualified, and we will pay 25,000 rupees stipend to that person to facilitate this. So this is an open call. It depends upon all of you how you want to move it forward. If I hear from nobody, I am going to save money. If I hear from somebody, we will pay the money and implement it. And with that, I truly want to thank all the speakers, the moderators, the panelists, the attendees for asking questions, for engaging, the event management company, the Lalit management, videographers, photographer, every single person who contributed, and very big thanks to Pratesh and Kripaset for having sponsored and worked hard to make this event possible. A big round of applause for them. And with this, in the name of Saraswati, we will close the conference, and thank you for coming. Have a wonderful evening.